Campus 1 to present the school prayer. And may I request everyone to kindly rise for the same. Over to you, students of Aliganj Campus 1. Thank you, dear students. I now request everyone to kindly be seated. Dear students, it is my privilege to welcome this morning with us. We have the manager of City Montessori School, Professor Geeta Gandhi Kingdon, ma'am. May we give ma'am a huge round of applause. Joining ma'am is the president of City Montessori School, Roger sir. May I also request you to kindly give a huge round of applause for sir. Thank you. Children are the carriers of hope and the harbingers of world unity. Their voices remind us of the world we aspire to build. A world government not by power, but by peace. Please welcome the students of City Montessori School for their presentation. May I request backstage to kindly open the curtains for the presentation?
Everybody's talking about peace in the world. Yeah, all we get to see is the pain and the hurt. Say we don't want no war, we don't want no fights, no more guns, no more bombs, no more fists or the knives. And all I'm saying, let's give love a chance. All I'm saying, let's give love a chance.
As Dr. Kofi Annan once said, and I quote, "It is up to you to make sure that they come here firmly resolved to take decisions which can lead to a better life for all of us and for our children." A very good morning and Jai Jagat to one and all present here. Global governance began as a hope that nations would unite to protect peace, justice, and humanity. But that very hope soon began to fade as competition replaced cooperation and self-interest overshadowed shared goals. Yet we at City Montessori School still believe that it's not too late. If nations lead with empathy and fairness, then governance can regain its true purpose, serving people, not power.
Conflicts today no longer erupts only on battlefields, they unfold across digital and informational domains. Cyber attacks, data breaches, and misinformation can destabilize nations faster than weapons. Traditional diplomacy often struggles to include tech actors and AI, leaving accountability gaps. And our responses? They remain reactive, arriving only after a crisis escalates. In this new era, peacekeeping must evolve beyond soldiers and sanctions to include coders and communities. We need systems that detect threats before they spiral, frameworks that protect digital rights, and global norms that hold every actor, whether it's state or cooperation, accountable. True security now means collaboration across borders, discipline, and technologies. Peace in the 21st century won't be imposed. It will be engineered through cooperation, which is quick, creative, and built on shared trust.
Your Excellencies, as the world struggles with uncertainty, multilateral institutions stand at a crossroads. Our strength lies in unity, yet we are crippled by divisions. Powerful nations dictate terms while smaller ones are pushed to the margins, undermining the very fabric of international law. The result is a legitimacy crisis that erodes trust. But there's hope. By embracing meaningful reforms, we can revive these institutions. It's time for inclusive decision-making and robust enforcement. So let us all pledge to renew, to rebuild, and to uphold the principles that guide us. Let us choose unity over division, accountability over impunity, and a future where multilateralism serves all nations, not just the powerful few. The world demands it, and together we must deliver.
Borders protect nations, but they don't protect justice. Today, money moves without passports, yet our regulations still behave like they are stuck inside national walls. That gap is where corruption, cybercrime, and offshore capital quietly grow. A tiny circle of agencies and secret financial routes decide who gets the power, not who deserves justice. If, instead of inequality, we want equality to be engineered, we need global systems that are as borderless as the crimes they aim to stop. Transparency, accountability, and unified governance must lead the future, because justice cannot depend on geography and fairness cannot depend on luck. The world doesn't just need stronger systems, it needs stronger conscience.
Global governance faces fragmentation, vetoed deadlocks, and fragile enforcement, while soft law norms and smart coalitions emerge. Democracy cannot thrive if decisions made on climate, health, space, and technology ignore those they affect. Youth and civil society must have formal roles in shaping treaties, contributing to city-level initiatives, and holding institutions accountable. Examples like the Pact for the Future show how young leaders can meaningfully engage, turning governance into a truly inclusive and participatory system.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family. Humanity stands at defining crossroads, one planet divided by borders, privilege, and power. Climate change, inequality, and digital disruption threaten our shared future, while the fruits of progress remain unprivilegedly state. Humanity stands. Thank you.
Esteemed dignitaries, we, the children of the world, place before you our humble appeal, a bridge towards a fairer world. Let law rise above power, and nations uphold justice over dominance. Let finance serve humanity, not control it. Empower regional banks and democratize globalization. Let peace be proactive through smart coalitions. Act before conflicts ignite. Let youth turn technology into truth, using the internet as a bridge, not a weapon. Guided by Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, may global governance reflect compassion over control, uniting our world as one family. Together, these appeals form one message. Global governance is not about control, it's about compassion. And when nations, institutions, and individuals choose cooperation over competition, the world truly becomes one family. Thank you and Jai Jagat.
Honorable judges and respected Chief Justices, our world today faces fragmentation. Unequal power distribution and self-interest often dictate cooperation, leaving smaller voices unheard. Multilateralism is the idea that nations work together through shared rules and mutual respect, rather than through dominance or isolation. It ensures that cooperation is guided by fairness and that every nation, big or small, has a voice in shaping global decisions. Middle powers, though not superpowers, play a crucial role in maintaining this balance. They bridge divides between powerful and developing nations, mediate conflicts, and build trust in the international system. Together, multilateralism and the middle powers strengthen global governance, the framework through which the world manages common challenges and shared resources. In an age of division and uncertainty, their leadership reminds us that when law guides power, cooperation becomes just, inclusive, and lasting.
Middle powers play a vital role in today's uncertain world by fostering dialogue between great and small nations, reducing polarization and promoting cooperation. They ensure that global decisions reflect diverse voices, making international governance more balanced and representative. Through diplomacy that builds trust and moderation that sustains balance, they translate ambition into achievable action.
Economic growth has often overlooked the poorest, widening inequality and weakening social trust. This gap between inclusion and prosperity threatens sustainable development. To restore balance, we must act through three key measures. First, create legal frameworks that ensure marginalized communities share in growth. Second, adopt binding agreements that distribute resources fairly across regions. Third, invest in people-centered programs, education, healthcare, and livelihood that deliver real impact. By aligning justice with progress through law and cooperation, the global poverty gap can truly be bridged.
Trust falters when major powers act unilaterally. The UN Charter, though visionary, remains anchored in the realities of a bygone era. The veto privileges and competing national interests often paralyze progress. The UN Charter must evolve to reflect today's multipolar realities where power and responsibility are more widely shared. Reform is no longer optional, but it is essential. The Security Council must become more representative and decision-making more equitable. The UN more inclusive and accountable. Only a reformed UN, democratic, responsive, and guided by justice can meet the challenges of our time.
The enduring pursuit of global justice and peace depends on law and cooperation. Multilateralism is the conscience of the international system, while law serves as its language of equality. Development must be lawful, inclusive, and enforceable. Middle powers, when guided by fairness and strategic foresight, play a decisive role in revitalizing global cooperation. When power divides, multilateralism unites. When ambition clouds purpose, law restores clarity. Together, principled cooperation and lawful action ensure justice beyond borders and peace beyond time.
Multilateralism serves as the conscience of global order. Law is humanity's shared language of equality, and development must be lawful, inclusive, and enforceable. We must uphold accountability to prevent climate harm, protect the civilians in conflict, and defend economic sovereignty. Middle powers play a vital role in renewing cooperation through fairness and vision. Justice beyond borders is not a distant ideal. It is the blueprint for lasting peace, anchored in law, driven by fairness, and upheld by global will.
We, the children of the world, speak for the silenced voices and the generations yet to be born. We appeal to you to uphold justice, not as abstraction, but as a living promise. Act with fairness and wisdom so that every child is heard, every right protected, and every tomorrow safe. Let justice be our legacy, equality our pledge, and hope our shared future. Thank you.
Thank you, dear children, for your heartfelt appeal and for reminding us that the future of humanity rests in hearts shaped by peace and justice. They're having a Kodak moment at the moment. Thank you, dear kids. Dear audience, we now move into the first session of this morning. I would request all the protocol officers to kindly escort your guests up on the stage, beginning with the first panelist for today's session is Honorable Justice Benjamin Bagden, Chief Justice, Supreme Court, South Sudan. May I request the protocol officer to kindly guide Honorable Justice up on the stage. Second panelist for today is Honorable Justice Medibin Satye, Chairman, Supreme Court, Kyrgyz Republic. The third panelist for this morning is Honorable Justice Daniel Forrest, Judge, 9th Circuit, Court of Appeals, United States of America. I request all the panelists to kindly be seated up on the stage. May I request the protocol officers to kindly escort them up on the stage, please. The fourth panelist for this morning is Honorable Justice John Claude Tiang, Vice President, Supreme Court, Haiti. The fifth panelist for this morning is Honorable Dr. Hong Tang-Zi, President for PAL, United States of America. I request the protocol officers to kindly ensure that your guests are guided and escorted up on the stage. The sixth panelist for this morning is Honorable Justice Afrin Fidani, President, Supreme Court, Republic of North Macedonia. And the last panelist is Honorable Mr. Osbert R. Frederick, Speaker of the South of Representative of Antigua and Barbuda. Kids, can we give them a better round of applause, please? I can see the auditorium full of students, but the voice cannot be heard. That's better. Thank you. It is my honor to welcome Honorable Justice Benjamin Bagden, Chief Justice, Supreme Court, South Sudan. Sir is a distinguished jurist with a PhD in international environmental law and decades of judicial experience. May I request Honorable Justice to kindly come up on the podium for his address. Can we give a huge round of applause for the Honorable Justice?
Good morning. It's a pleasure to participate in this important conference. As you have heard, my name is Benjamin Bach, and I am about 4 months since I was appointed as the Chief Justice of the Republic of South Sudan, replacing my colleague. Justice Chandra Madud, and I was engaged in in-house keeping matters relating to the judiciary as an incoming new Chief Justice, and I thought very hard whether it would be appropriate to come into a conference leaving behind things I haven't yet put in order, and my own colleagues in the judiciary could even wonder, say that, are you coming for conferences or coming to put things straight in the judiciary? And I said, perhaps this thing will go together because it's about justice, and that is precisely what we are supposed in the judiciary of the Republic of South Sudan. So I did come. At this juncture, I would like to add my voice to my colleagues who have talked during the last 2 days, appreciating the reception we got upon our entry into the town. It was amazing, as for me, I don't remember having got such a reception throughout my career. So I am saying thank you very much. We participated in the dance, and at first I felt that I was rather clumsy in joining the dance on our reception that night. But when I look around, I saw that everybody was also doing the same. So I said, no problem, we can just be together. I have been very much impressed by the presentation of the students for the last 2 days, and especially the discussion on how fair the United Nations Charter is. And in fact, I have seen quality education in action with the students, and especially the drama shown in their presentations, reminding me on my school days when we used to engage in Shakespeare's dramas, in Julius Caesar, as well as Romeo and Juliet. It was very wonderful, and I was actually living my school days while watching the students doing what I saw. So thank you very much for that presentation. It was indeed quality education. Coming to our profession, upholding justice, what I can say is that I really agree with those who are asking for reforms of the World Constitution, namely the Charter of the United Nations. I teach the students for LLM in Juba School of Law, and my subject is, as shown, is international environmental law. Examine how the member states honor their obligations which they undertake in the treaties relating to environmental law. So upholding justice in view of the statute itself, Article 38, and particularly paragraph 1C, which talks of general principles of law and principles recognized by civilized nations. One wonders which are the civilized nations and which ones are not civilized. This has been a clause that attracted a lot of discussion. And I think that discussion is in its place, criticized by many people in cases like the Continental Shelf case, in which people said that this clause cannot hold in this 21st century, because you cannot talk of upholding justice when there is a division among countries into civilized and uncivilized nations. If you are applying the law, especially those African who happen to participate in the ICJ sessions, and you have in mind that there is a clause which talks of uncivilized countries, you wonder what you are really doing, whether this statute can really still be applicable today. It can never. It cannot be applicable today. And the ILC, International Law Commission, has rightly criticized about the discriminatory nature of this clause. It is not inclusive in the sense that you cannot apply a law to a well which you think that is divided into civilized and uncivilized, and you call it inclusive. It is not inclusive, and so in fact, my view is that I really liked the draft by Dr. Lopez, which was discussed yesterday, and I would like to have a look at it, whether it really includes what I have just mentioned or it doesn't include. He promised me that he was going to give me a copy. I don't know, I was to be lucky this morning. But that is precisely what I was trying to look at it. The kind of education I have watched and the presentation of the students of CMS school is what you can say that a chicken that would hatch into a cock can be detected even when they are small kids. And one can say that it's natural that people of this school can excel and go forward, like one of them who talked here yesterday, I don't remember his name. One will not be surprised to see such people excel in the world. So congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Lordship. Your address reflects extraordinary judicial courage in a nation striving to strengthen democratic foundation. Your words align with our theme on judicial cooperation and international dispute resolution, reminding us that justice is the first pillar of peace building. Dear students, we have another panelist with us here today, and I now invite Honorable Justice Ephigenia Lima Clement, Chief Justice, Supreme Court, Angola. May we give a huge round of applause for the Honorable Justice. May I request the protocol officer to kindly escort ma'am up on the stage. The next speaker, dear students, and before I invite the next speaker, I would request you to kindly glue your eyes towards the screen over here and that side, the side screens. You can see that there is continuous transcription going on. So in case there is a speaker who speaks in their native language, you will be able to read the same in English, right? Please take notes. Maybe, if the time permits, we will allow one question for one of our panelists, right? So please take note, and teachers kindly ensure that your kids are ready with their questions. It is my honor to now invite our next speaker, Honorable Justice Medebing Satye, from Chairman, Supreme Court, Kyrgyz Republic. Sir is a reformist judicial leader from Kyrgyz Republic. May I have the honor of Sir speaking from the podium.
Thank you. Урматтуу кесиптештер, ардактуу коноктор. Эң оболу ушундай маанилүү жана абройлуу эл аралык форумга катышууга чакыруу үчүн уюштуруучуларга терең ыраазычылык билдирем. Кыргыз Республикасынын Жогорку сотунун төрагасы катары биздин сот системабыздын атынан чыгып, дүйнө жүзүндөгү кадырлуу кесиптештерибиз менен тажрыйба алмашуу мен үчүн чоң сыймык. Биз мамлекетибиздин башкы судьялары катары мыйзам алдында гана эмес, адилеттүүлүк, укуктук институттардын бекемделиши жана жарандардын өзүн билемдиктен коргоо үчүн коом алдында дагы жоопкерчиликтүүбүз. Кыргыз Республикасында соттук реформа туруктуу негизде жүргүзүлүп жатат. Анын башкы багыттары төмөндөгүлөр. Судьялардын көз карандысыздыгын камсыз кылуу, сот процессин ачык айкындуулугун жогорулатуу, сот ишинде санариптик чечимдерди кеңири колдонуу жана эң негизгиси сот системасындагы коррупцияга каршы күрөш. Бүгүн мен Кыргызстандагы сот системасындагы коррупция маселесине жана аны жоюу жолдоруна токтолгум келет. Акыркы жылдардагы реформаларга карабастан, сот тармагында коррупциялык тобокелдиктерди дагы деле бар. Бул абдан олуттуу көрүнүш. Анткени сот бийлиги демократиялуу коомдун негизги тиреги. Эгер жарандар сотко ишенбесе, анда алар мыйзам алкагынан сырттан адилеттик издөөгө аргасыз болушат. Бул болсо социалдык туруксуздукка жана укуктук нигилизмге алып келиши мүмкүн. Жогорку соттун төрагасы катары биз сот системасындагы коррупцияга каршы күрөштүн негизги багыттарын төмөндөгүдөй деп эсептейбиз. Судьялардын айлык акысын жана социалдык кепилдиктерин жогорулатуу. Бул коррупциянын алдын алуунун эң негизги шарты. Судья татыктуу эмгек акы алышы керек. Бул алардын тышкы таасирлерге алсыз болуусун азайтат жана кесипке чыныгы адистерди тартууга өбөлгө түзөт. Президенттин колдоосу менен акыркы 1 жыл ичинде өлкөбүздөгү бардык судьялардын айлыгы 2 ирет 100%га көтөрүлдү. Судьялардын көз карандысыздыгын бекемдөө. Судьялар саясий же экономикалык басымдардан толук корголушу керек. Бул үчүн дайындоо, иштен алуу жана кызматтык ишмердүүлүк маселелеринде судьялар кеңешинин ролу жогорулатылды. Ачык айкындык жана коомдук көзөмөл системасын күчөтүү. Биз сот процесстерине коомдук көзөмөлдү күчөтүү механизмдерин өнүктүрүүгө аракет кылып жатабыз. Мисалы, жакында эле менин буйругум менен өлкөнүн бардык сотторунда халк менен байланыш түзүү үчүн QR коддору орнотулду. Бул соттордун жана сот органдарынын ишине көзөмөлдү күчөтүүгө шарт түзөт. Ачык соттук отурумдар жана сот иштери жөнүндө маалыматтын жеткиликтүүлүгү коррупциялык тобокелдиктерди азайтууга мүмкүндүк берет. Сот системасын санариптештирүүнү улантуу. Жыл сайын 5 мартта өлкөбүздө сот тутумун кесиптик майрамын белгилеп келебиз. Быйыл 2025 жылы биз судьялардын курултайын өткөрдүк. Жана анда сот тутумунун санариптештирүү багытын мындан ары да күчөтүү чечимин кабыл алынды. Мамлекет башчысы курултайдагы кайрылуусунда бул процесстин маанилүүлүгүн жана зарылдыгын белгилеп, бул багытта президент тарабынан учурда ар тараптуу колдоо көрсөтүлүп жатат. Электрондук документ жүргүзүү системасын киргизүү, процесстерди автоматташтыруу жана иштерди электрондук форматта жүргүзүү сот процессине адам факттарынын кийлигишүүсүн азайтып, коррупциялык көрүнүштөрдүн тобокелдигин төмөндөтөт деп ишенебиз. Судьялардын үзгүлтүксүз окутуусун камсыз кылуу. Мен жүргүзүп жаткан реформалардын негизинде биз кесиптик этиканы жогорулатуу, коррупцияга каршы өнүмдөрдү жана адам укуктары боюнча тренингтерди үзгүлтүксүз уюштура баштадык. Эл аралык кызматташтыкты өнүктүрүү. Биз бир орунда тургубуз келбейт. Жана коррупция менен күрөшүүдө тышкы эксперттик колдоо алуу үчүн эл аралык уюмдар менен кызматташууну активдештирүүгө даярбыз. Урматтуу конференциянын катышчылары, Biz барыңыздарды кызматташууга чакырабыз. Жыйынтыктап айтканда, тилекке каршы сот системасындагы коррупция Кыргызстандагы укуктук мамлекеттүүлүктүн туруктуулугуна дагы деле олуттуу коркунуч болуп саналат. Бирок биз тараптан көрүлүп жаткан чаралар, мисалы, судьялардын айлык акысын жогорулатуу, коомдук көзөмөлдү күчөтүү жана заманбап технологияларды киргизүү өз натыйжасын бере баштады. Сот системасындагы коррупцияга каршы күрөштү улантуу үчүн реформаларды улантуу зарыл. Ушул сыяктуу конференциялар глобалдык сот коомчулугунун бекемдөөдө, билим алмашууда жана күч аракеттерди координациялоодо өтө маанилүү ролду ойнойт. Биз башкалардан бөлүнүп, өзүнчө иштей албай турганыбыз анык. Анткени биздин кызматташтык ар бир улуттук сот системасын бекемдейт. Кыргыз Республикасы эл аралык укукту, адам укуктарын урматтоо жана сот адилеттигин бекемдөө позициясын ар дайым карманып келет. Дагы бир жолу кайталап кетейин, биз диалогго, тажрыйба алмашууга жана биргелешкен демилгелерге ачыкпыз. Ушул конференциянын жыйынтыгы дүйнө жүзүндөгү сот системаларын жаңы реформаларга, инновацияларга жана байланыштарды бекемдөөгө туруктуу берет деп ишенем, түрткү берет деп ишенем. Көңүл бурганыңыздар үчүн ыраазычылык билдирем. Рахмат.
Dear colleagues, let me translate briefly from Kyrgyz into English, a speech of our chairman. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, allow me to express my gratitude to the organizers for the invitation to participate in this important and authoritative international forum. As the chairman of the Supreme Court of the Kyrgyz Republic, it is a great honor for me to represent our judicial system and exchange experience with esteemed colleagues from around the world. We, as the Chief Justices of our respective states, bear responsibility not only before the law, but also before society, for justice, for strengthening legal institutions, and for protecting citizens from arbitrary actions. In the Kyrgyz Republic, we are consistently pursuing judicial reform aimed at ensuring the independence of judges, enhancing the transparency of judicial proceedings, implementing digital solutions in court operations, and most importantly, combating corruption within the judicial system. In this report, I would like to highlight the current challenges related to corruption in the judicial system of the Kyrgyz Republic, as well as propose solutions to this issue, aimed at improving the administration of justice and strengthening public trust. Despite significant steps taken in recent years in the field of judicial reforms, corruption risk in the judicial sphere still persists. This is particularly critical as the judicial system is one of the cornerstones of a democratic society. Distrust in the courts can lead to citizens seeking justice outside the legal framework, which in turn results in increasing social instability and legal nihilism. As the chairman of the Supreme Court of the Kyrgyz Republic, I would like to share the following methods and forms of combating corruption in Kyrgyzstan judicial system. First, increasing salaries and social guarantees for judges. This is one of the key conditions for fighting corruption. Judges must receive adequate remuneration for their work, which will reduce their vulnerability to external influences. Moreover, higher salaries will help attract highly qualified professionals to the system. In this regard, over the past years, with the support of the President, we have doubled the salaries of all judges in the country twice. Strengthening judicial independence. Judges must be protected from political and economic pressure. To achieve this, additional measures are needed to be ensure their independence, both in appointment process and in exercise of their powers. Therefore, in our country, the Council of Judges is playing an extremely active role in these matters. Tightening oversight and establishing a system of transparency. We are striving to develop mechanisms for public monitoring of judicial proceedings. For example, recently, by my order, QR codes have been installed in all courts across the country to collect feedback from the people, which ensures stricter oversight of judges and judicial bodies' activities. Open court heritage and the availability of information on court cases also help minimize corruption risks. Continuing the digitalization of the judicial system. Annually, on March 5th, we celebrate the professional holiday of the judicial system in our country. This year, in 2025, we held the Congress of Judges, where we decided to intensify the digitalization of the judicial system. The head of state in this address at the Congress emphasized the importance and necessity of this process, and it's currently providing full support. We are convinced that implementation of electronic document management system, process automatization, and electronic case management helps avoid human intervention in judicial proceedings, thereby reducing the risk of corrupt actions. Next, ongoing training and courses for judges. As part of the reforms I am leading, we have begun regularly organizing training sessions on enhancing professional ethics, anti-corruption skills, and human rights. Collaboration with international organizations and experts. We do not wish to stand still and are ready to intensify cooperation with international organizations to obtain external expert support in the fight against corruption. Dear conference participants, we invite each and everyone for such a collaboration. Conclusions. Regrettably, corruption in the judicial system remains a serious threat to the stability of the rule of law in Kyrgyzstan. However, the measures we're undertaking, such as increasing judges' salaries, public oversight, enhanced control, and the introduction of modern technologies are already beginning to yield results. To continue the fight against corruption in the judicial system, it is essential to persist with reform. Conferences like this one play a critical role in strengthening the global judicial community, exchanging knowledge and coordinating efforts. We cannot afford to work in isolation. Our cooperation strengthens every national justice system. The Kyrgyz Republic firmly stands on the position of respecting international law, human rights, and strengthening the administration of justice. Once again, I reiterate that we are open to dialogue, exchange of experience, and joint invitation. Allow me to express the hope that outcomes of this conference will serve as a stimulus for new reforms, innovation, and the strengthening of judicial system worldwide. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
urgent need for judicial integrity and reform. Your emphasis on the judiciary working independently makes your message even more significant, and your commitment to strengthening justice, transparency, and public trust is truly inspiring to all present here today. Next up, dear students, we have our third panelist for the day, and it is my honor to invite Honorable Justice Efigenia Lima Clement, Chief Justice, Supreme Court, Angola. Honorable Justice leads civil, administrative, fiscal, and custom chambers with distinction. Let us give her a huge round of applause.
Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, saúdo calorosamente a todos os participantes à 26ª Conferência Internacional de Chefes de Justiça do Mundo e agradeço o convite que nos foi feito para participar nesse evento de grande relevância, inspirado no artigo 51 da Constituição indiana, que preconiza a paz internacional, o respeito ao direito internacional e a resolução pacífica de disputas. Uma filosofia que vê o mundo como uma família e privilegia as ações coletivas para um futuro compartilhado e mais justo. Esse encontro é a consagração da Índia como um eixo de discussão de temas relevantes e desafiantes no âmbito da justiça global, com vista a alcançar metas concretas e atingir resultados, quer no âmbito da cooperação Sul-Sul, quanto Norte-Sul. É por isso uma honra, uma grande honra, partilhar convosco esse momento tão importante para todos nós. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, a nossa reflexão esta manhã assenta essencialmente na experiência de Angola e incide sobre a importância da cooperação judicial e da resolução internacional de litígios num contexto em que os desafios jurídicos transcendem cada vez mais as fronteiras nacionais. Partindo da experiência de Angola, podemos afirmar que temos um manancial legislativo enorme, no qual se destacam importantes instrumentos na prevenção e combate ao branqueamento de capitais, ao financiamento ao terrorismo e à proliferação de armas de destruição em massa, ao crime organizado, à corrupção transnacional, aos conflitos comerciais internacionais, ou mesmo às questões de família que envolvem diferentes jurisdições e exigem mecanismos de partilha, diálogo e confiança recíproca entre os tribunais dos diversos países. Angola tem dado passos significativos nesse domínio. Com efeito, o Tribunal Supremo mantém cooperação ativa com os tribunais superiores de vários países, nomeadamente com os países da SADC e da CPLP e de outros, focada no combate ao crime transfronteiriço, a extradição e assistência judiciária mútua, o que tem permitido o intercâmbio de jurisprudência, formação de magistrados e partilha de boas práticas no domínio da gestão processual e das novas tecnologias aplicadas à justiça, quer através de encontros técnicos que fortalecem o diálogo em matéria crime, de direito civil, empresarial e sobre arbitragem e mediação, e no estabelecimento de mecanismos alternativos de resolução de litígios, na formação judicial e na transformação digital, o que demonstra que a cooperação judicial não é apenas diplomacia institucional, mas sim um instrumento concreto para aumentar a eficiência, assegurar direitos e garantir previsibilidade jurídica num momento marcado por intensa mobilidade de pessoas, empresas e capitais. Nesse contexto, a resolução internacional de litígios representa a cooperação. A arbitragem, a mediação e outros mecanismos alternativos têm permitido soluções mais céleres, especializadas nas disputas comerciais, a redução de custos, evitando longas batalhas judiciais. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, para países em crescimento econômico como Angola, esses mecanismos reforçam a confiança dos investidores e a estabilidade das transações internacionais. Acredito que o futuro da justiça global passa por vários pilares fundamentais, nomeadamente a digitalização e interconectividade dos tribunais de todo o mundo, permitindo uma cooperação mais rápida e segura. A harmonização gradual de procedimentos, especialmente em matérias comuns, como nos crimes transnacionais, na extradição, corrupção ou disputas comerciais, entre outros. Assim, a formação contínua dos magistrados é um imperativo, porque são eles os verdadeiros agentes da cooperação e da resolução pacífica dos diferendos. Para concluir, reafirmo a nossa convicção de que a justiça só cumpre plenamente a sua missão quando ultrapassa fronteiras e se coloca ao serviço da paz, da confiança e da dignidade humanas. E é justamente através da cooperação judicial internacional que podemos transformar estes princípios em realidade. Para terminar mesmo, agradeço a hospitalidade e a atenção e o carinho que nos foi dedicado desde o momento que chegamos ao vosso belo e grande país. Muito obrigada e lamento que a língua continue a ser uma barreira para a cooperação internacional, uma vez que a tradução só iniciou já no fim da nossa intervenção, o que não é muito bom. Portanto, de qualquer modo, eu agradeço o convite mais uma vez que nos foi formulado e não sei se consegui passar a mensagem ou preferem que venha uma tradução já a posterior. Okay.
Thank you, Your Ladyship. Your message was loud and clear, and it definitely went across the table. So please do not doubt yourself at all. Your emphasis on continuous judges training is crucial, and your insights into equitable justice and institutional strengthening beautifully complement our discussion on SDG 17. And thank you, Your Ladyship. Thank you, dear kids. Next up, we have Honorable Justice Jean-Claude Tiauzin, Vice President, Supreme Court of Haiti. Honorable Justice is a distinguished member of the judiciary, recognized for his deep commitment to upholding the rule of law and strengthening judicial integrity. His leadership, marked by fairness, reform-oriented vision, and dedication to public trust, continues to inspire confidence in the judicial system. May I have the honor of inviting Honorable Justice Jean-Claude up on the stage for his address. Can we give a huge round of applause for Honorable Justice?
Mesdames, Messieurs, c'est un honneur pour moi de participer à cette 26e conférence internationale des chefs de justice à travers le monde. C'est l'occasion d'adresser mes salutations et mes respects aux organisateurs de la conférence, à tous les participants et tous ceux qui ont rendu possible cette manifestation de la solidarité internationale. Dans ce moment critique où les défis internationaux deviennent de plus en plus agressifs, il nous faut préférer à la dialectique des armes l'arme de la dialectique fondée sur les valeurs fondamentales et universelles des droits humains. Comment faire entendre la raison à ceux qui croient que la raison du plus fort est toujours la meilleure? L'exemple de Mahatma Gandhi, Martin Luther King, Nelson Mandela nous apprend que le dernier mot est à la justice. La non-violence, le dernier mot est en faveur de la paix et le progrès face à ces nouveaux défis de la planète où nous devons faire beaucoup d'efforts pour plus de solidarité entre les nations, pour un monde plus fraternel. Si la raison du plus fort est toujours la meilleure, la raison du plus faible est toujours la plus juste. Et voilà pourquoi nous devons redoubler nos efforts pour être de plus en plus solidaires, car notre force, c'est dans l'intime conviction que les valeurs universelles appartiennent à l'humain et nous partageons tous la condition humaine. Merci.
Thank you, Your Lordship. Your message on criminal justice reform and institutional resilience resonate deeply with our theme on state vulnerability, corruption, and systematic strengthening. Your experience show how justice sustains nations through adversity. And also the mention of Mahatma Gandhi and Nelson Mandela are quite relatable for us. Next up, it is my honor to invite Honorable Dr. Hong Tai-Zan, President, Federation of World Peace and Love from the United States of America. May I request Dr. Hong to kindly address the kids? Sir has been a long friend, a very old friend of City Montessori School, and we've had the honor of his team presenting their love and peace for the kids. So we have the honor today of having Dr. Hong address us in his native language. Dear students, kindly glue your eyes towards the screen and kindly take notes. Thank you.
透明与诚信是通往永续未来的核心治理原则。大会主席，尊敬的大法官阁下，各位宾、各位女士、各位先生，大家好。联合国在第二次世界大战后，成为维护人性尊严与促成世界和平的道德标准，为全球治理准则序言开宗明义揭示我联合国人民同志决心，一年后是在遭近代人类两度生历惨不堪言之战端战后，经过80年的变迁，全球人类社会持续面临各种外在冲突与内在结构危机，地缘政治竞争加烈，世界各地的战争与区域冲突引发人道危险，全球政经局势震荡，环境和经济的失衡，造成世人的焦虑与不安。在社会中，贫富差距日益严重，因情绪失控而产生的仇恨蔓延，文化与族群冲突升高，暴力事件层出不穷，许多人沉迷于虚拟数位世界里，脱离了现实生活，真实的人际关系和真正的人生目标，身心严重失衡，甚至感到绝望和迷惘。科技带来便利、快速连接与海量资讯，却也使我们的世界更加碎片化。这是人类今日要共同面对的现实，也是所有国家与世界公民必须重新审视的时代课题。世界正站在新的关键点上，我们要以全新的眼光重新审视联合国宪章中所立下的和平承诺，这份属于 全人类的和平愿力，亟待众人以崭新的勇气与真诚的良心来实践，源自于我们内心深处的珍宝。爱与良心能在困顿黑暗中厚持我们的内在，在最艰难的时刻提供勇敢面对的力量。良心是指引人生旅程的道德指南针。听从良心的指引，坚定方向，我们将会清楚明白，做出对自己以及对他人真正有益的事，心灵将得到升华。注意每日日常生活中小而重要的分水岭，诚实面对自己，做出对的选择，真诚对待他人，坚守正直，这将使自我完整，从而带来好的影响。爱与良心的启发会产生涟漪效应，将更多正能量带入我们的家庭、社区和社会，为人们带来希望。这也是佛帕自推动每年4月5日为联合国国际良心日及7月12日国际希望日以来，持续邀请全球各界一起响应这两个重要的精神之原因。一个和平永续的未来，关键在融合及实践真理、信任与道德。为此，本人诚挚呼吁人人重拾本心，从良心出发，发挥内在道德力量，发挥透明与诚信精神，推动全球伦理复兴与制度革新，让全球治理更符合人类的平等与尊严。良心引领道德方向，透明建立信任，诚信贯彻行动，三者环扣，从而开启人与人、国与国之间的友善沟通，为共创希望的未来而团结合作。当面临抉择，启动良心的力量，能让人类捐弃私利，而坚守正义。全球团结有立即性及必要性。邻居以地球为唯一家园的世界公民，秉持良心与世界之爱，以全体人类福祉为核心，发挥道德勇气与行动，定能实现21世纪最明确的使命，用正向的价值观团结世界公民，让世局转危为安，建立和平与公正与永续的世界。革新需革新，落实透明与诚信， 可为全球治理建立世纪典范，大幅降低人为因素造成的偏颇，同时增进制度的效能，让人民对政府施政保有希望与信任。诚挚的呼吁每个人每天5分钟的自我省思，以清净的思绪化繁为简，明辨是非，把握有限的时间与生命，用智慧发挥人性光辉，让爱以希望取代仇恨与对立，用良心实践透明与诚信，团结共创健康和友善的希望世界。愿更多善行利益众生，真爱典范传世，在你我他的努力下，人类能够迈向永续与和平的未来。祈愿良心点亮希望，善行汇聚光明，世人身心安康，世界和平永续。谢谢大家 ，Thank you。
Shijia, Dr. Hong, for your inspiring reflection and your mention about that we must re-examine the UN Charter. Having said that, you also focused upon having a positive mindset, and the stress on virtues and character building is even more crucial today. And that is what we are doing as an institution. CMS focuses on character building. Next up, dear students, we have another panelist with us, Honorable Justice Afrin Fidani, President Supreme Court, North Macedonia, Macedonia, serving as a respected judge known for his firm commitment to judicial integrity and the advancement of fair legal processes. His work reflects a dedication to strengthening the justice system through professionalism, independence, and principled decision-making. May I have the honor of Honorable Justice Afrin Fidani up on the podium, and can we give Sir a huge round of applause?
Почитувани присутни, добар ден на сите. Најпрвин дозволите ми да го изразам моето задоволство да присуствувам на 26-та меѓународна конференција на председатели на судови, на врховните судови на светот и да го упатам моите пофалби до градското училиште Монтесори, господјата Барти Ганди, професор Гита Ганди Кингтон, професорот Сандил Сривацава и до сите останати кои имат заслуга за успешно организирање на ова толку значајна конференција. Особена значајна затоа што чинам никогаш не било поважно и поидно обединувањето на сите чинители од сите институции, а посебно од судствата на државите за да зборуваме за прашања кои се вознемирувачки на глобално ниво и кои не засегат сите нас подеднакво. Сведоци сме на огромните предизвици пред кои е исправено човештвото. Војни, тероризам, климатски промени, сиромаштија и уништување, проблемите со корупцијата и онлайн криминалот, ковид пандемијата и многу други проблеми кои водат кон продлабочување на хуманитарна криза и загрозување на основните човекови права и вредности. Во вакви околности од суштинско значање е да се подсетиме и да го нагласиме значајното место на независното судство. Како брана против тоталитарните тенденции. Посебно важна е улогата на врховните судови кои преку својата практика ги заштитуваат вредностите и стандардите утврдени во меѓународните конвенции и домашното законодавство и ги унапредуваат човековите права, владењето на правото и демократијата. Токму и суштината на принципот на владењето на правото како еден од основните принципи на кои се темелат демократските системи во светот, лежи во начелата на правната сигурност и правната предвидливост. Ако судската власт се восприема како примена на правото во облик на судска одлука, јасно произлегува колку е значајна судовите непристрасно и воедначено да ги применуваат правото, да ги заштитуваат и почитуваат човековите права и слободи и да обезбедуваат правна сигурност и создавање услови секој човек да живе безбедно во рамките на примената на правото. Различните одлуки во слични ситуации донесени од исуд, кој дополнително е и суд од последна инстанца за одлучување по правно прашање, може во отсуство на правен механизам кој обезбедува конзистентност на одлуките, да го повреди тој принцип и со тоа да ја намали довербата во судството. Овие начела се суштински кога станува збор за примената на уставот и законите во духот во тие кои се донесени, бидејќи обезбедуваат еднаква примена на законот и создават сигурност и стабилност кај граѓаните. Решавањето на конфликтите представува комплексен процес, кој бара добро развиени институционални механизми, човечки ресурси, политичка волја и меѓусебна координација. Националните и меѓународните институции имат комплементарни улоги во создавање услови за мир, безбедност и одржлива социјална коезија. Националните институции создават правни и политички механизми и рамки за управување со конфликти и нивната улога е особено важна во поглед на уредување на политиките за превенција и деескалација на конфликти, градење на институционални механизми за медиација, арбитража и социјална инклузија, развивање програми за надминување на структурни нееднаквости, етнички, економски, социјални и обезбедување соодветни ресурси за образование, обука и развој на кадар. Но, кога зборуваме за проблемите на глобалното управување со конфликти, мора да постои меѓународен пристап и програми за градење на меѓународни институционални капацитети. Во таа смисла, силни меѓународни институции се гарант за зајакнување на демократските капацитети и социјалната стабилност, давање координиран одговор на комплексни конфликти и придонесуваат за одржливи реформи и долгорочен мир преку потикнување на универзалното прифаќање на меѓународните стандарди за правда, човекови права, владењето на правото и демократските принципи. 80 годишнината од постоење на Организација на Обединетите нации е повод да се подсетиме на одредбите содржани во преамбулата на нејзината повелба, да се спасат идните генерации од неволјата на војната, да се потврди вербата во основните човекови права, во достоинството и вредноста на човечката личност, во еднаквите права на мажите и жените и на големите и малите нации и да се воспостават услови под кои може да се одржува правдата и почитувањето на врските што произлегуваат од договорите и други извори на меѓународно право, со цел да се промовира општествен напредок и подобри стандарди на живот во поголема слобода. Ви благодарам.
Thank you, Your Lordship. Your emphasis on judicial independence and the democratic integrity aligns strongly with our theme on multilateralism and the role of middle powers. Your leadership demonstrates that nations of every size can champion justice at the global stage. We now move towards our last panelist, and please help me in welcoming Honorable Mr. Osbert R. Frederick, who serves as the Speaker of the House of Representatives of Antigua and Barbuda, bringing decades of parliamentary experience and national leadership. A long-time legislator and former Deputy President of the Senate, he is committed to strengthening democratic governance, religion, cooperation, and civic advancement. All yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and good morning to all. I am delighted for the opportunity to be here today, and more so to address you. I represent perhaps the smallest nation represented here at this forum. My country, or my twin island nation, that she was going to be hospitalized, that everything would be taken care of. I got whether to abort this trip or to continue. I decided to continue because I am not the resurrection and the life. And so there is nothing I could have done at that time. And I want to say today publicly that I have absolutely no regrets coming to this conference. It has been an enlightening educational experience for me, and I'm very happy to be here. Our world is at a critical crossroads. Some time ago, a calypsonian in my country wrote a song, and calypso is our most popular music genre. And he wrote a song that had 2 lines in it that says, "Stop this world, I want to get off. Stop this world, it is spinning crucial." And I'm sure that there are times when many of us get frustrated with the happenings in our world, and we feel like saying the same thing. Stop this world, I want to get off. But I'm saying today that we as a people can make a difference. I've heard the many speeches from members of the judiciary, and today I want to focus, like one of our previous speakers did, on our young people. We have hundreds of them in the auditorium today, and I just want to spend the next few minutes talking to you. You see, there are so many times, but before I go into it, this morning I had to speak to one of the leaders of the City Montessori School and congratulate on the great job that they have been doing. I witnessed something here this morning. Some of the students were standing here waiting to give the prayer. And they stood there for more than half an hour. Calm, cool, collected, and waited until it was their turn to perform. And that says something about the discipline that is being instilled in these young people. Congratulations. Many times we say that our young people are the future. And perhaps, but we are just half right. I want to say to my young people today that you are not just the future, you are the present. Because you are here and you are here now. And you can make a difference, and I see that you are making a difference. I was told some time ago, when I read it, a statement about our young people. And the statement says that our youths today are like rows and rows of brand new automobiles, right off the assembly line, perfect in every way, but with no fuel in the tanks. And if there's no fuel in the tank, then the car is useless. But I've come by here today to tell these students and to tell the principals and directors of the City Montessori School that I'm convinced that you have an oversupply of fuel and electrical charging ports, because our students, their tanks are filled and their charging ports are also full. Congratulations again. As a young man, I had a discussion with the person I always refer to as the greatest blessing that God has given to me, save for Jesus Christ, and that's my father. And I told him of my intention of getting involved in politics. And he said to me, "What is your reason for entering politics?" And I said, "I want to change the world." Well, my father looked me directly in the eyes and he said, "Son, you cannot change the world." That hit me like a ton of bricks, because this was the person I was hoping to give me the encouragement I needed. But he didn't stop there. He immediately went on. He said to me, "Don't try to change the world. Just try to change the few square feet of this world that you occupy, and you would have begun to change the world." And that is my message to our young people today. And to all of us members of the judiciary and the executive, let us quit trying to change the whole world. Let us simply change that portion of the world that we occupy, and we would have gone a tremendous way in changing our world. Our world filled with wars, rumors of wars, famine, pestilences, natural disasters. So in the Caribbean recently, hurricane by the name of Melissa passed through the region and hit the island of Jamaica, causing tremendous destruction. The intensity and size of that hurricane, I shudder at the thought, had it passed over one of the smaller islands, it would have been total destruction. But that's the world we live in. What are we going to do? Our very best to change it. Climate change is a great issue. Some people still fail to believe it is, but it is. And so young people, again, I say to you, do your best to change that part of the world that you occupy. And together we will change the world. I want to close with a little story. I heard more than 40 years ago at my undergraduate university graduation. And the story says that there was an old lady who lived in a small village many years ago. And everyone in the village thought that this old lady was the brightest, most intelligent person in the village. And so they would always go to her for advice. And I want to say to our young people, have some serious talk with your elders. They have a lot to offer you. And so they would always go to this old lady for advice. But there were 3 young men in the village who became very jealous of this old lady. After all, they had been to the best universities. They had more degrees behind their names than a thermometer. And they decided that once and for all, they were going to prove to the entire community that this old lady was not as brilliant as everyone thought she was. So they devised a plan. They were going to catch a little bird, and they were going to take the bird to the old lady. And one of them would hold that tiny bird in his hand, and they would ask the old lady a simple question. Old lady, is the bird I hold in my hand, is it alive or is it dead? That the bird was alive, that young man would simply squeeze the bird and it would die. If she said that the bird was dead, he would simply open his hand and the little bird would fly away. It seems like double jeopardy for the old lady. Whatever answer she gave, she was bound to lose. So they went up to the hill, and they met this old lady sitting in her rocking chair, rocking away in her wisdom. And the young man said to her, old lady, you are so smart. I hold a bird in my hand. Is it alive or is it dead? The old lady bowed her head and thought for a few seconds. And then she looked at those 3 young men directly in their faces and she said, the future of that bird is in your hands. My message to our young people today, you might be questioning yourself, what does the future hold for you? Well, I don't have the answer to many questions, though I wish I did. I wish I had the answer for the cure of cancer. I wish I had the answer for a lot of other problems that's plaguing our world. But I do have the answer for the question, what does the future hold for you, young people? The answer is simple. It's in your hands. God bless you. Have a great day.
I think the standing ovation says it all. What an excellent orator. Thank you, Honorable Mr. Osbert R. Frederick, for your profoundly moving and courageous address delivered with grace, even in a moment of personal loss. Your message to our young students here that they are the powerful present, fully charged with purpose and potential, has inspired every heart in this hall. Your words affirm the discipline, values, and vision nurtured at City Montessori School. We are deeply grateful for the wisdom, warmth, and hope you have shared with us today. Thank you so much. Excellencies, your reflections have added depth, wisdom, and global perspective to this plenary session. You remind us that international law, not as an abstract aspiration, but as a living structure capable of addressing cybercrime, corruption, climate crisis, health emergencies, and governance challenges. On behalf of City Montessori School, we extend heartfelt gratitude to all the honorable speakers here today. Thank you so much for your kind presence. May I request all the protocol officers to kindly ensure that their guests are seated back in the audience. I request all protocol officers to kindly escort their guests back to their seats. Thank you, Excellencies. I request all protocol officers to kindly come on the stage and escort their guests back to their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we gather here for the 26th International Conference of Chief Justices of the World, it is important to pause and reflect on why this conference was envisioned in the very first place. 2 decades ago, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi sir looked at the world, not as a collection of nations, but as a shared home for 8 billion people. He saw wars, conflicts, climate disasters, cyber threats, and a fast-changing global order. And he asked one profound question. If the world is facing global problems, how can national laws alone be enough to solve them? This conference was born from that very question. Today, the threats humanity faces are not local. A cyber attack launched in one country can cripple system halfway across the world. A virus emerging in one corner can shut down the planet. Climate disasters ignore geographical boundaries. Political instability in one region can disrupt global economies. In the middle of these storms stands one institution that speaks the language of reason and fairness, the judiciary. This conference brings together chief justices, judges, speakers, the UN experts, scholars, and global thinkers to develop a collective roadmap for the survival of humanity. This year's theme goes far beyond academic discussions. First, how can we reform global governance so that international law is not just advisory but effective? How do middle powers, smaller nations, and developing countries find a real voice in world affairs? How do we build legal framework for cybercrime, corruption, pandemics, and climate emergencies? How do we prevent militarization of outer space? And most importantly, how do we create a world where the youngest citizens of this planet inherit peace, not conflicts. This conference is not just an event. It is a moral responsibility, a responsibility to preserve the planet, not for ourselves, but for the generations yet unborn. Every delegate in this hall carries the moral weight of that responsibility. Each session adds one more brick to the foundation of a safer, fairer, and more united world. And that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is why this conference exists and why it will continue with humanity achieves the peace it deserves. Moving in, thank you so much, dear kids. Moving in for our next plenary session, and they'll take 2 more minutes to set up the stage, and I'm the filler act. Judicial leadership in the digital age, cybercrime, corruption, and constitutional adaptation. Focusing on an issue that stands at the heart of the 21st century governance. As highlighted in the conference conceptual background, the rise of digital vulnerability, transactional cybercrime, AI-driven risk, and technologically empowered corruption demand new judicial frameworks, sharper constitutional interpretation, and global cooperation anchored in justice. That is exactly what in the first session, our panelists were talking about, that we need to revisit the UN Charter. We need to revisit the international and the national laws. This session brings together an extraordinary group of thoughtful leaders who will tell you about the digital era jurisprudence. It is my honor first to invite the moderator of the session. We have amongst us Professor Veselin Pawlowski, Professor and Vice Dean of the Law School, Executive Director of the Center for the Study of the UN, Jindal Global University, India. May I request the protocol officer to kindly escort the moderator for the session up on the stage. May I request backstage to kindly open the curtains. Thank you. The first panelist for the session, we have with us Ms. Lata Bavisi, President of the EC Council University, United States of America. May I request the protocol officer to kindly escort our professor on the stage. Second panelist is Dr. Matthew George, Director, Arms Transfer Program, SIPRI, Stockholm, Sweden. Dear kids, we need to appreciate our panelists who have traveled long for this conference. The next panelist is Honorable Justice Anand Komer Charan, Judge, Supreme Court, Suriname. I request all protocol officers to kindly escort their guests up on the stage. Next up, we have our very own alumnus, Mr. Prakash Gupta, Indian Foreign Service Officer, Consul General of India from Seattle, United States of America. And he, dear students, is an incredible speaker. I heard him yesterday, and he connected really well with the kids. The last panelist for the session is Mr. Sanjay Prasad, IAS, Principal Secretary to the Honorable Chief Minister, and Protocol, and Information, and Home, and Gopan, and Visa, Passport, and Vigilance, and Estate Department. I'm sorry, there are too many ands. Government of Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow. But he is a very well-known person. May I request Mr. Sanjay Prasad, IAS. All right, I've been just informed that sir is not here with us. Nevertheless, we have 4 very remarkable speakers here with us. And may I request the moderator, Professor Pawlowski? All right. He's coming, so we'll just take a 2-minute pause. All right. Professor Pawlowski is here with us, dear students. He's all the way from the Jindal Global University. Thank you, sir. I would just like to inform dear students that Dr. Matthew George represents the Stockholm International Peace Research Institution. So, sir is here with us, and of course I will request you that if there's any panelist who speaks in their native language, you may refer to the side screens on both the sides, take notes, and I shall give you a chance to ask your question. Over to the moderator, Professor Pawlowski. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Have a pleasure to moderate such a wonderful panel. We had a brief talk earlier today, and really we live in a different time, and the topic of this panel will address that. We have a digital age, and major changes are expected to happen. Obviously, the whole topic of the entire conference is about new era, new United Nations, new charter. And in time of change, it's very important to grasp exactly the details of that change. And as we see how quickly technology penetrates every part of life, I think the experts that are sitting next to me now will address those changes, how we manage the global challenges in a digital era where we have unimaginable threats that face us, such as cyber threats, such as unregulated artificial intelligence, such as corruption, and so on. So I think this team will very much focus on new threats, and in time of an uncertainty, and the change happened much faster than we think it happens. We remember, for example, in my time as a student, the introduction of the computers was a big change. Then the introduction of internet came. Later, the mobile phones came. Now we have applications that do very much faster work than what I could have done in a year of my student time. So for our students here, it also will be very interesting to see what that change means. What is the digital age and how we are challenged and how we are going to solve those challenges. So what I will suggest is to introduce the speakers, and they can give an initial short brief what they would like to address, and then after that we'll follow with questions. My privilege and pleasure, I will go with the order in the program. Ms. Lata Bavisi, the president of the EC Council University in United States, president of the university, and her institution is globally recognized as a master in cybersecurity. They're actually doing cybersecurity education. And we will like to start with Madame Lata, please.
Good morning, everybody. Maybe, good morning. So lovely to see all the beautiful students of CMS this morning graciously speaking quotes, giving their perceptions of what they want to see in the new world era. And my heart goes out to each and every one of you with what you are requesting. I think the justice systems that we have here today, we have so many honorable justices here amongst us. I think their entire intent of meeting here today is for the same purpose, to really look down deep into what are the changes that are impacting the world today, and how is it that they would go in and fix a lot of things that the world needs so that students like you can see a better tomorrow. And I, coming in from EC Council University, we primarily deal with cybersecurity education. That is our entire forte. It's a privilege to be sitting down next to these esteemed members. And as I start talking to you guys about cybersecurity, I know that most of you, especially the students, use Instagram, use your social media apps, use all of these fancy tools and platforms that we have. But do we actually end up questioning the safety standards of what we are doing, how we are doing it, what is behind our actions? I think that's where cybersecurity today and educating people, societies all across the world has become so much more important. If I were to talk about, 20, 30 years ago, the reason why we are in a new era is because that time we started off with learning on desktops. Very quickly, desktops shifted to networks. Networks shifted to mobile. Mobiles shifted to IoT. IoT, which is the Internet of Things. From IoT, we very quickly shifted into cloud environments. From cloud, last year, AI caused most industries some form of a disruption. And now, whilst we are struggling to deal with the changes AI is presenting to the entire world, industry, no one is left alone. There are now new thoughts into agentic AI and into quantum computing. So what is the difference? Why is there a new era or a new world order requirement with the technology revolutions that we are facing? And that entire, what I just talked about, transition from one piece of technology to the next is actually the scale of cyber acts that are happening today, the speed with which they are happening, and when you put the scale and the speed together, it puts a lot of onus on the judicial systems to decide how quickly are they going to respond to such acts of, whether you call it terrorism, whether you call it cybercrime, call it whatever you need to, but the response to this in an adequate, quick fashion is the need of the hour. Now, when we talk about cybercrime, right, today we see newspapers, we see any form of digital news that is being presented out there. There are lots of movies today that are bringing awareness out for all societies to learn about the dangers of cybercrime and the cyber landscape. But think about it, right? Cybercrime is huge. It is no longer somebody sitting in their basement trying to hack into systems with maybe themselves or with a group of people. It's actually changed into an industry, right? And this industry is costing the entire world close to $10 billion every year since last year, and growing. So when you think about cybercrime and the scale with which cybercrime is growing, you're talking about real huge ecosystems that are well organized. They actually have HR and processes within their working models. They represent and resemble multinational organizations. They have partner programs. They even have customer service. So today we're not talking about cybercrime being small little acts of crime against people. This is actually on a very huge scale. And I think governments all across the world are now starting to understand that if they do not address the issue at hand, it might become too late to curtail what we are going to see in terms of scale. I think the conference also talks about corruption, right? Well, corruption has also entered the digital era. How would you be able to see that? Back then, we used to have paper trails. We used to have physical activities, face-to-face crime, right, that could be traced. Today, it's all on the digital playing field, right? Look at digital systems, finance platforms that are there, that are not able to maintain transparency, that if we just look at what's happening around election committees all around the world, right? Transparency is lacking. Where are the donations coming from? Who are the beneficiaries of these funds? So there is a lot that has changed, which again brings me down into addressing the judicial system and the requirements. It's not easy being in their place at this point in time, though I must give my sincere applause to the Supreme Court in India for behaving independently, and I think they do a wonderful job in promoting. We heard great speeches yesterday on how the promotion of fairness, equity is going to be something that India is looking at taking across the world. And I applaud India for even organizing this event and having the right mentality in ensuring that we live in a very peaceful world whilst embracing, whether it's change through technology, whether it's change through any form of industrial revolution. I think if at the center of everything we do is peace and harmony, I think then we'd probably have a very beautiful world to leave behind for the next generations to come. So the judicial system, I think when it comes to judges and the judiciary, their role is not easy. Imagine in a time where on one end we are requiring them to maintain privacy and safeguard data, and on the other hand they have the hard deciphering of AI surveillance tools, facial recognition tools. How do you actually decipher and to be able to decide, well, how do I maintain an equilibrium at both ends of the coin? At the same time, if you look at it, our constitutions, and this is not just in India, it's all across the world, constitutions that were built eons ago, right? Doctrines that were there eons ago, have they actually adapted to the changing times? I think this is where EC Council University and universities and educational institutions around the world can actually assist in ensuring that the speed with which cybercrime is growing exponentially, we are able to also build a community of learners, of people that are going to enforce the right processes, the right treaties, the right doctrines, and to be able to actually understand and implement them so that we are able to see an equitable tomorrow. This is not an easy ask. Back in the days, privacy and data, just to quote an example, meant I put things into my locked drawer. Evidence meant I actually have someone in the witness box. Finding crime, right? You go into a police station, you record, this is theft that happened. You had physical trails. Today, everything is on the digital landscape. It's up in the cyberspace for individuals to compromise. So the entire detailing and the boundaries that are there between countries has actually caused more difficulty for the judicial systems to be able to have an equitable and equal approach into administering justice. Somebody goes down, makes a report today. Do we have the right for people to be able to forensically observe and to look at where the crime came from? That's a huge barrier. Today, we would be very quickly be able to identify through IP addresses. Crime has happened in X country, but it's the jurisdictions between the countries that is stopping or not allowing a seamless ability to investigate and to bring a judgment that is acceptable across boundaries. These are very high-level challenges that have very high-level needs. And without education, think about the judicial system itself. Do we have sufficient knowledge of the technicalities of cybersecurity? You have networks, you have means, we have hacking protocols, there are forensics needs, there are network security needs. How deep is our knowledge in ensuring that we understand the nitty-gritties of cybersecurity so that we can actually suggest long-term solutions to problems that are facing the world today? So as I look upon this entire ambit, I want to be able to give you an example of how EC Council University understands the need of the hour. And EC Council, we actually belong to a group organization called EC Council. And what we did in order to level the playing field is to actually give out monies to groups, to communities, to countries. Back almost a decade ago, we actually announced a scholarship to the ITU, which is the International Telecommunications Union in the UN. And we actually announced a $1 million scholarship back then to ensure that we have a well-educated society in cybersecurity awareness and knowledge. Subsequent to that, we actually even went ahead and announced a $1 million awareness training program in Malaysia, where we have our representative offices. We did the same thing in the US about 2 years ago, where we announced a $7 million scholarship to the societies and the communities in the US to be able to leverage, to be able to learn, because until we are not learners, until we don't undo what we've learned, relearn what we need to learn, we're not going to be able to advance at the rate advancement requirements are growing. So my entire appeal to governments across the world is, what kind of awareness and training are you providing? Are you planning for your communities, for your people, to ensure that they are equipped for what is inherently going to be facing them, whether we like it or not? Technology is going to be changing lives, has changed lives in fact, and it's going to continue to be unstoppable. So how are we equipping ourselves? That is going to be one of the questions that needs to be decided. I think for CMS, I would love to just share what we do again back in the United States of America, where we work with the governor in Florida, and we actually run with high school students cyber competitions. We run hacking conferences. We run CTFs, and we run all sorts of interesting methods to ensure that students end up understanding the posture, the cybersecurity posture that they are going to be inherently involved in. How cybersecurity education can no longer be an elective within the curriculum of learning. It needs to become something that is mandatory. Because if you don't learn cybersecurity on a mandatory basis whilst you are in high school, it might not be able to allow you to be the best version of yourself, no matter which field you are in. Remember, if you hold a piece of technology, you are opening yourself up to some form of cyber risk. So how educated are you? How are you preparing yourselves? What are you engaging into? How are you learning how to ethically use the systems, the platforms, and the tools that are there for you. I think these are very, very instrumental in ensuring that students like you and CMS is able to assist the student population within its school into being more prepared from a cybersecurity and a cyber safe environment. With that, thank you very much.
Excellent.
And I'll pass it on to...
Thank you, Lotta. This is really a wonderful, comprehensive expose of the problems, but also thank you for your appeal to the governments to make everyone prepared for the challenges ahead, and also the excellent work your university is doing in educating young people to what they need to be prepared for those challenges. Now, we will come back to some of those issues later, but let me just give you one example. I teach students in India, and every year I ask them one thing to do is to revise for me the UN Charter. It's kind of a part of my education is United Nations Charter, and I ask students, what would you suggest to be added into the next United Nations Charter? And almost all of them include cybersecurity, something missing in the first charter 8 years ago, but needs to be added now. So really impressive. I have never suffered from any cyber attack, but maybe it is because you do very good work already and you protect us of not being attacked. Now, let's move to something very interesting, which Dr. Matthew George is doing in SIPRI. SIPRI is a famous Swedish peace research institute, and they have maybe the best data in the world in terms of arms possession, arms transfers, and specifically conventional arms as well, not only arms of mass destruction. So, Matthew, what is your take on the challenges in digital era, and especially how can governments prevent illegal arms transfers?
Morning, everyone. Thank you for the questions. I am Matthew George. I'm the director for the Arms Transfers Program at SIPRI. And as was just mentioned, we have the most comprehensive longitudinal data on arms transfers in the world. What that means is nobody in the world has the data that we have, in the amount of data that we have for all transfers of conventional weapons from the year 1950 to the last full calendar year. And for those of you that don't know what conventional arms are, when I say weapons, if the image in your mind is a tank, a fighter jet, a ship, a submarine, or a missile launcher, that is a conventional weapon. Guns are considered small arms, so they don't count, and we don't have that information. But in terms of the digital age, what our problem now is the veracity of information. Because there is such an avalanche of information in the world right now that people are overloaded with it. And as part of our work, that now means that we have to sit and verify every bit of information that comes across our stage, so that we can then tell you whether this transfer is real or not, or whether it's part of a propaganda movement, is it part of disinformation or misinformation, is it just information being used to ensure that there is a certain narrative being pushed. That is a problem that we have. Because of the way that we work and the way that we function, we are able to sift through all of that information and then eventually tell the world, yes, this was a particular transfer that took place, or there is a potential for this transfer to happen or not. And we take our own time before we release that information to the public. But when we do, we want to make sure that it is accessible to everyone, which means that anybody in the world, as long as they have a computer, can go to our URL and type in the question that they have. So, who is sending arms to India, who is sending arms to Pakistan or China, who are these countries sending their arms to? All of that information is available to anybody in the world. And the cost of that is zero for anybody. We don't charge a thing. And it's because we think and we believe that information like this needs to be accessible to everyone in the world. That's one of the things that CIPRI was set up for, is to ensure that people and countries don't have to waste precious resources on having to recreate the wheel every time they wanted this information. And how does that translate into illegal transfers? Well, effectively, transfers nowadays, after a whole lot of debate and agreements, are controlled substances. Countries need to go into the whole process of export licenses or having control lists, and this again depends on whether they are part of agreements like the Arms Trade Treaty, and on top of that, contravening those or the application of an embargo would then result in an illegal transfer. Do those happen? Of course they happen. Are they declared? If they were, then we wouldn't be having this conversation. But having said that, it is a complex issue that we are monitoring, and it is only getting more difficult as more and more means are being used to doctor information and to circumvent known channels to ensure that a trade happens irrespective of the moral or ethical values around that.
Excellent. Thank you, Matthew. In fact, I used some of the data of CIPRI when I was a PhD student back in London in King's College. My great gratitude to your predecessor there who did that. And they gave me for free, as you said, your absolutely comprehensive data of armament. One interesting question, we may go back to that after we, exactly how to regulate, how to use the export licensing. Sometimes there are situations where there is no arms embargo against the country. And my memory goes back to my diplomatic life. I was in the embassy of Bulgaria in London. And at the time, the Rwandan genocide happened in 1994. I was sitting in the embassy, and a lot of journalists came to question, why does Bulgaria sell weapons to the Rwandan government committing genocide in 94? And obviously it was something immoral and unethical, but there was no United Nations embargo on Rwanda. So those Bulgarian companies that sell weapons, they did it practically legally. There was no restriction in the world to sell weapons to any government and to any country. And for that matter, that kind of was an alarm clock for me at the time. How do government, very similar to what Lotte said previously, how should government ensure that those security gaps are pretty much covered and regulated? And now going to Prakash, who is a diplomat, Karan. I'm a former diplomat, I can speak freely. But Prakash, you choose how diplomatically or non-diplomatically and honestly to address the issues of how to face the challenges of the digital era. You are based in Seattle, as I understand, and please tell our beautiful students your experience from those days.
Thank you so much, Professor, for giving me the opportunity to speak. As you were saying, it's coming from a former diplomat to a serving diplomat. My advice to students would be never believe diplomats. Normally it's said that a diplomat is someone who will tell you go to hell in a manner that you'll actually start looking forward to the journey. So be circumspect on what they say and take it with a pinch of caution. Having said that, I first would like to compliment the City Montessori School for bringing this very, very pertinent theme in this International Conference of Chief Justices. Because if you look at perhaps the biggest challenge that democracies, particularly open societies, face across the world in this day and age, come from two key aspects. And let me give a disclaimer as well. This is not my expertise area. I'm just telling you things which I have observed in the course of my innings, either at the UN or in previous assignments. One is in the field, the panel is titled Judicial Leadership in the Digital Age, Cybercrime, Corruption and Constitutional Adaptation. These are very, very important aspects to address. Two key themes which I think One, I would say, is a very positive thing because digital and data, these are going to be two key concerns for all open, transparent societies which are kind of scaling up on both these dimensions. And for India, there is a very, very good story here, particularly on the digital side, and that should also alert young students here on the scale of the problem that we face. So let's go back to 20 years back, and if we were to assess how many were the digital transactions happening in India in 2005, say, we didn't have UPI then. Today, if you were to take a guess, any student here, on the number of digital transactions that happen in India in a day. Any guesses by anybody? And I'm only asking this to get you a sense of the problem that we are discussing here today. India today does 640 million digital transactions in a day. 640 million digital transactions in a day. In a month, in October 2025, we did about 20.7 billion transactions in 1 month. Now, the positive thing to be proud of is we started with zero, maybe 12 years back. Today, the number of digital transactions that happen in the United States, China, Brazil, Mexico, and these are big countries, and Thailand combined together, still fall short of the number of digital transactions that happen in India in one day. So that's the digital leapfrog that India has done in the last 10 years. Now, why I am telling you these figures in this panel is to let you know the scale of the problem. 640 million transactions a day. If one of them is vulnerable, happening in a different geography, impacting a different geography, is there a monitor that is looking at all these transactions across the globe? And if India alone is doing this scale, what would be happening globally? So the scale of the problem is huge. Do we have bodies and ethical frameworks to monitor these, especially when crimes in the cybercrime field happen on a transnational basis, where a country's law may not be in consonance with another country's law executing framework? Now, precisely for this reason, in my view, global benchmarking, making sure that we have rules for governing the cybercrime framework are anchored in a global architecture and honored, most importantly, by the UN. So when you very rightly said, when we look at the UN Charter again, what are the new things to be added? In my view, this should be a very much, not in the Charter per se, but at least in some part of its governing principles. This is something which really requires global rulemaking. The other part which I said, and I will not be very long, the other threat which in my view is very important for us to look at is data. Data, they say, is the new gold, and there is a reason for it. We are living in an age where artificial intelligence is going to fundamentally change the way we conduct our daily lives. It's going to happen very soon. The city where I am presently traveling from, Seattle, is the home of technology. There are rules, companies adapting on a daily basis. Just for, again, perspective, India will be home to 50% of the world's data in the next 2 years. Data is the backbone of the AI industry. 50% of the world's data will come from India alone. Now, with that kind of volume being the benchmark, again, one of the 3 pillars in the AI industry is data. If that's the volume that's going to come from India alone, how much up are we to the global benchmark in making sure that we are taking care of all aspects pertaining to data privacy, data theft, and so on? That's why when India insists on ensuring that data is localized, that's a key concern we have in global negotiations. And that's how we present it in our conversations going forward. So for students, I would say 2 big things to watch out for in the next course would be, how do we frame global rulemaking when it comes to data protection and digital, particularly cyber crimes? I am very happy that the school is taking the lead on this one. From my years in the UN, I can certainly recall 2015, we were doing the World Summit on Information Society, WSIS, and we do a review conference every 10 years. These are things where India has actually taken the lead and taken concrete proposals to the table. There used to be a global government of experts. It was called the Triple G panel, anchored from Geneva. They used to visit New York and frame rules on cyber governance. So that was something which India had taken lead on at that point of time and still continues to pilot in the UN. So that's so much for my limited expertise. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Prakash, for really inspirational address to the students. And indeed, you pointed how quickly and how massively data increases, but also the way of governments being enabled to control that. As you know, every technology possesses great advantages, but it can also turn into a disadvantage. We will talk about this a bit later when we think how to regulate the artificial intelligence. Before that, let's move to our Honorable Mr. Justice Anand Kumar Charan from Suriname, somebody very distinguished in our panel, somebody who was very brave to talk truth to power and to confirm the 20-year sentence of the former president of Suriname, prosecuted for corruption and murders, actually, Desi Bouterse. So our appreciation to have such a justice among us, somebody who didn't kneel to power, actually the opposite. Yes, Justice Charan, your introduction, please.
Thank you, Professor. First of all, good morning to everybody. With your permission, I want to skip protocol and convey my greetings to everyone present in the auditorium. I also want to take the opportunity to thank the organization of this conference for their efforts to continue with the conference to fulfill the dream of the late Dr. Jagdish Gandhi. Regarding the topic of this session, I can say the following words. Indeed, we are living in a digital age, and there are many challenges for the judicial authorities. It seems like, I hope you don't mind if I say so, the criminals are always some steps ahead of the judicial authorities or the police. They take their time to analyze every system where the police has to maintain law and order, and above that, specialize themselves in specific skills to catch the criminals for cybercrime and also corruption. I personally think that there should be international cooperation for catching the suspects of these crimes, because these people often operate beyond borders, and not every country has the capacity to bring the culprits to justice. The national and international courts have, in my opinion, also a great responsibility regarding this issue. They should be handling these cases with flexibility when rules and regulations are not binding or there is a gap in the legislation, because otherwise the rules and regulations will not have any effect. In Suriname, we would say it would become a tiger without teeth, can't bite. In my country, we have legislation regarding corruption, and there is nowadays a criminal case pending against a former politician for corruption. But once he heard that he would be summoned to come to the court, he disappeared. And nobody knows till today in which country he is staying or hiding. See there the need for the countries to cooperate with each other to catch these culprits. In Suriname, we also have legislation regarding cybercrime, but there we face the same problem because the suspects mostly operate from other countries and are difficult to catch. Regarding these cases, there should be a certain form of cooperation between the countries, maybe treaties, I don't know. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your attention, and Jai Jagat.
Thank you very much, Your Honorable Justice Charan. Wonderful introduction. Thank you so much for the speech, but also for the excellent work you are doing in Suriname to protect the rule of law and to apply the principles of law. Something about law, and this conference is a lot about law, would be to, and I throw this to all of the panelists, is about the role of the soft law. We often talk about contracts and treaties and conventions where we have a clear implementation mechanisms, and if governments do not comply with those, there are sanctions. But there are also environmental treaties, but also disarmament treaties that do not necessarily have sanctions on states that do not comply. And here we face a bit of a dilemma. We can easily dismiss those and say, if there are no sanctions, the law doesn't apply. But in my experience, often, and it is more recent trend, is that governments easily agree when there are no sanctions. But that doesn't mean they are irresponsible and they don't implement the rules. So I wonder, in all of those treaties that we are discussing, the ATT, Arms Trade Treaty, the regulation of AI, regulation of cyberspace, how do you see that dilemma between the hard law of the past, where we have sanctions, and the soft law of the present and the future, where instead of sanctions, we have facilitation mechanisms, in fact, to help states to comply with the regulations? Who wants to start? Yes. George.
I can take the question on conventional arms and with the Arms Trade Treaty. It's a treaty that has come under a lot of question because people think that nobody's really implementing it. But that's not the case with it. It's actually it is an interesting and really useful treaty in place. Not so much because there aren't particular sanctions on people who don't follow the letter of the spirit of the treaty, you could say. But rather the obligation that people, or rather signatories of the treaty, have to declare to the ATT what they are trading. Now, that may not be a public document, but it is still a valuable document that helps build confidence for all those other signatories on the treaty. And so it is useful in that sense. How is that different from those that do have particular teeth in them? I would say national legislations that help or have similar ethos as the trade treaty is also really useful. Because then it's not so much about an external force taking a sovereign government, and we need to remember this, that all governments are sovereign and have the right to behave in interests that they see fit for themselves. And so at that point of time, when we're talking about the transfers or sale of arms, if there is national legislations that hold governments accountable, then it becomes a case for the judiciary to validate or to see whether governments have been holding their or have been functioning for the laws of their land, not someone else saying this is what you should be functioning as. So there is still value in that dichotomy there.
Absolutely. I have a memory when I was a diplomat back in the foreign ministry. I was in charge of the United Nations General Assembly resolutions. And obviously a lot of those resolutions are considered to be non-binding. And I was thinking at the time, why are they not binding? They are expression of the voice of all the member states in the General Assembly. And my role was basically to look at the resolutions and to find how the Bulgarian agencies and ministries and government are implementing those resolutions. And we will write a letter back to the Secretary General how Bulgaria is implementing the General Assembly resolution. And since then, I'm always an advocate that the General Assembly resolution should be considered as binding, and everything else. Governments should be responsible, even without sanctions, because they agree on something in the General Assembly in New York. They should take that seriously back home. And I'm basically very happy to see that recent agreements, like the Paris Agreement on climate change, doesn't have sanctions on states, but it has a lot of facilitation mechanism, a lot of transfer of technology, how to implement those decisions. And I hope in such cooperative mood, maybe, again, I'm not 100% sure, but maybe that's the future of international law. Soft law shouldn't be disregarded because it is a soft law. It should be taken seriously. Anybody else want to add to that? So let's also think about regulating AI, artificial intelligence. That is something which I'm sure every student, and we are all students here, I learn every day. I consider myself to be also a student. What do you see in the near future in regard of regulating the AI? What needs to happen? How do you see that? Lata, you want to start?
Thank you. I think I can only give an update from a Government of India perspective. The governing rules and framing the governance architecture of how AI has to be done. Obviously, there are very big tech players who are the primary architects driving the AI space. So you have to have a dialogue with the industry who governs this, who operates the space more than governs this space. But what I wanted to add was that India took leadership on this aspect, I think last year itself, along with France, when we hosted jointly along with France, the first AI Tech Summit in Paris. It came up with a recommendation to global leadership on how the framework and guidance around AI should be developed. And next year, I'm very happy to inform you that on the 18th and 19th February, the Government of India is hosting another major summit on AI and technology, which our Prime Minister has sent invites, and we will have global leadership coming to India to discuss precisely this issue. Because at the end of the day, there was a very important point made on national governments being sovereign in terms of how they conduct their own frameworks. But at some point of time, when we have signed up to the UNGA or to the UN Security Council, we have to abide by what the global framework around that is. So AI rulemaking, in my view, is still an evolving framework. But next year, when we do the AI summit in New Delhi, we really hope to present something more concrete and tangible, which at least the developed world and both global south can take forward to its logical conclusion. Thank you.
Excellent, Prakash. I really appreciate the Indian government initiating this summit in February, and we will all be monitoring and watching that. And that will probably be a good signal how the global south can show leadership in a very crucial area of future regulation and international law. In fact, we also have a regulation in European Union. The European Union AI Act was adopted a year ago, and that has also a very interesting categorization of risks: catastrophic risk, high risk, middle risk, low risk, and accordingly, each of those categories have accordingly solutions. I'm afraid we are told to complete in 2 minutes, so I will give everyone just a final, very brief summary. Lata, quickly.
Yeah, I think my summary and my request, both governments and students, is to up your game, educate yourself, be very open to accepting AI and the changes that are to come, but use them as your friend, not as your foe. It's very easy to sway into using the advancements in technology to the discredit of yourself or your organizations or your companies. So use them ethically, and let's make this a big, beautiful world. Thank you.
Thank you to all our panelists. And I'll quickly take 2 questions from the audience. So I request, if there are any kids, you're requested to kindly come to me at the podium. I'll just take 2 questions, right? So I already have 1 question here. Yes. And what are we going to do is, dear panelists, that we'll take the questions one after the other. So 2 questions in total. Thereafter, please. Yes, I would request all the protocol officers to kindly ensure that your guests are here for the group photograph. Only then the parallel sessions will commence. Shraddha ma'am, probably I need your help, or the officials, I need your help. We need to just select 2 questions. So if you could please help me with the same. I request all the eminent guest speakers, delegates, jurists to kindly be seated in the auditorium. We'll quickly have a group picture. Thereafter, we shall proceed for the parallel session. I cannot take so many questions, dear kids. So what are we going to do is that you need to keep your questions precise, short, right? It needs to be very specific, one-liner. You will come, speak on the podium one by one, your questions, go back, take your seats, and then I leave the panelists to answer one question, and I would request you to please keep your answers short, precise, so that kids can understand. Thank you.
Good morning to one and all present here. I am Mazna Fatma from Station Road campus. My question is for all the panelists here, that we know Gaza, Palestine has suffered with many hardships. They have cried for their lives, and Palestine as a whole is destroyed. And we are talking about SDG 17, which is Partnership for Goals. So what steps or measures can we take to prevent this disaster and promote the motto of world peace? Thank you.
Good morning and Jai Jagat, everyone. I am Riddhi Yadav from City Montessori School, Aliganj Campus 1. My question is for ma'am. If we look at how cyber crimes are evolving, do you think we are moving into a phase where the goal won't just be stealing data anymore, but to quietly influence the human decisions? And if that's true, then doesn't internal corruption make the threat even more dangerous, because weak oversight and compromised ethics inside organizations could create the perfect blind spot for this kind of silent manipulation to survive undetected for a long time? Thank you, ma'am.
Greetings to the honorable panelists. I'm really grateful for the thought-provoking insights we have got on the term justice. My question is open to all the panelists. Judges who are well-trained and educated often find ways for corruption. What are some even powerful and effective ways to stop corruption among the educated people and make the judiciary system transparent? Thank you.
Greetings to all the panelists. I'm Anika Bandwal from class 9G, Aliganj 1, and my question is open to all the panelists. In a situation when a trained judge is accused of corruption, but using his power and position and experience is acquitted, are there any ways for a fairer judgment? Thank you.
Dear panelists, I request that if you can take a question each. And what I'm going to do for you, dear kids, is that the panelists, they are seated here. So probably I'll give you some time and you can come and personally ask your questions. Is that fine? Thank you so much. Please take your seats.
Thank you to
Thank
students.
you so much.
Thank you for these excellent questions. We really appreciate your smart challenges to us. The first one I will take later. I'm speaking in an afternoon panel, so let me take Palestine, Israel later today. But the other 3 questions I want panelists to answer now. The first was to Lata, please.
That was a really great question. And I think it's one on the minds of everybody. Corruption, cybersecurity, data privacy. How are organizations going to be able to manage this? Did I get that question correct? Sorry, I didn't write it down. But if it was with regards to that, I think the one thing that we need to distinguish is that there are hard facts, and then there are wishful natures of thinking about this entire component of corruption. I think corruption is one that is based on ethics. It's based on individual perceptions. It's based on empathy. It's based on a lot of components that come from within us. And when you talk about technology and what it can do, and AI, and where we are going, imagine I talked about quantum computing. Right now, encryption is a friend. When quantum computing comes out, even that's not going to be staying around for us. So at the end of the day, this is where the human factor needs to really come in. What is it that we are guided by as principles for ourselves? What is our subjective mindset telling us to do to be able to identify right from wrong, to be able to use education, platforms, technology in our favor and not against us? So to me, I feel that it is a tough situation we are faced, but we will have to go back to ourselves and to be able to find and influence that change through actually enforcing, implementing our systems, our beliefs on the larger communities.
Thank you, Ms. Lata. That was lovely. Can we have the next answer, please? Yes, Mr. Prakash Gupta.
I just want to answer the question from whoever asked from Station Road branch, because that was my branch. I studied there. And the question was very good on the Middle East peace process, on Israel-Palestine, on the later part of the day. But I just wanted to let you know two quick points. One, India has been calling consistently for dialogue and diplomacy as being the key driving points on that issue. But very recently, you might have seen at the initiative of the United States, there was a summit where both the parties have come to a plan of action to make sure that the kind of images that you talked about coming from Gaza don't happen again. So there's something in play and diplomacy is succeeding. Let's give it a chance. Thank you so much for that excellent question.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the question. I hope I understood it well, because our native language in our country is Dutch. But I think in Dutch, and I try to answer in English. The questions regarding corruption, I wrote it down. I think in my country, regarding prevention of corruption and transparency, we have legislation to prevent corruption of public persons. They should register their belongings at the beginning of their career, and if necessary, declare where they got additional money from, apart from their salary or other income they have. And regarding judges accused for corruption, I think that's a serious matter. Locally, it didn't happen, and I hope it won't happen ever. But that's a serious question, a serious matter, and I think if it should happen, then it should be, the judge should be trialed just like every other suspect. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, I would like to add that the latest initiative to create an international court on anti-corruption is going very well. I'm in the advisory board for that, and we hope very soon, probably within the next 12 to 24 months, that statute for international anti-corruption court will also be adopted. Thank you all the panelists for the excellent presentation and answering the brilliant questions from our young students.
Thank you, Professor Pawasky, and all our esteemed panelists for that thought-provoking session. May I now request everyone, all our delegates, to kindly join on the stage along with the school management for a group photograph. I request all the protocol officers to kindly escort your guests up on the stairs. I request all our delegates seated in the audience to kindly come for a group photograph. I request Geeta ma'am to kindly join us for a picture. No, not later. Can we please close the curtain for the picture? Dear students, in the meantime, if you have to proceed for a parallel session, which is a 60-minute session, I request all the teacher in charges to kindly ensure that the kids reach their allocated designation, their place on time. We are expected to start the parallel sessions at 12 noon sharp. You have precisely 4 minutes to reach for your parallel session. I request everyone in the audience, all our delegates, esteemed panelists, to kindly join us for a group photograph. We are also waiting for the founder director to join us for the group photograph, and ma'am is here. Dear sir, your I request all the protocol officers to please take a step back so that the official picture can be taken. Thank you so much, dear panelists. I request you to kindly pay attention to the next two announcements. We have found a black mobile phone. It is a Samsung black phone. If there are any claimants, I request the protocol officer to kindly move to the control room and claim the mobile phone. If there is any guest who has lost or misplaced a black Samsung phone, I request you to kindly claim it from the control room. Dear delegates, both the corridors along the auditorium showcase an art exhibition, photo booth attractions, and engaging activities for all the guests. We request you to kindly take a round and enjoy the experience. I now invite my co-host, Mrs. Priyanka Agarwal, for further proceedings. Thank you and Jai Jagat.
A very good afternoon, students. Hello. So one request, can we have the children shift in the front to the green chairs? So teachers to help us by shifting the children to the green chairs. I think the children who are sitting towards the end should shift in front rather than everybody getting up from their places. So can we have it done quickly within 4 minutes? Station Road campus towards my right and your left. Please move forward. Sir, session. Okay, now my clock is ticking. Tick, tick 1, tick, tick 2, tick, tick 3, tick, tick 4, tick, tick 5, tick, tick 6. Quickly, children, quickly. Okay, let's do one exercise, children. Put your hands up, hands down. Hands up, hands down. Hands up again, close your eyes. Now, arms crossed, keep your eyes closed. Cross your arms and eyes closed. I think the eyes and hands are linked with the mouth. quickly. May I request the children who are gathered in the near the first sofa set to be back to their place? Thank you, dear children. Can we quickly have that? Children standing in the front, can you all move back to your places, respective places? Yeah. Since the first 3 rows of the sofas are vacant, so rest over the children can come and sit over here, please. You all can occupy the sofas in the front. The protocol officers, teachers on duty, please help. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, and my dear children, we are all here in the historic city of Lucknow for the 26th International Conference of Chief Justices of the World, united by a shared goal to deliberate on the critical theme, a new look at the United Nations and its Charter, Global Governance for a Sustainable Future in a Fractured World. The discourse we shared during the previous session has already laid a robust foundation regarding the indispensable role the judiciary plays in today's digital age, be it cybercrime, corruption, or constitutional adaptation. As we reconvene for the afternoon session, another set of engaging presentations and discussions are lined up that would carry on the momentum of the morning. Please join me in extending a very, very warm welcome to our esteemed moderator, Dr. Augusto Lopez Claros. Can we have it with a huge round of applause for Sir? Sir is an internationally renowned economist and a leading voice in the global governance reform. With over 3 decades of high-impact experience in some of the world's most influential institutions, his insights are invaluable. He has held senior roles as the director of the Global Indicators Group at the World Bank and as the chief economist and director of the Global Competitiveness Program at the World Economic Forum. In these positions, he was at the forefront of analyzing and reporting on the economic pulse and performance of nations worldwide. Today, as the executive director of the Global Governance Forum, Dr. Lopez Claros, is actively leading efforts to draft a proposed second United Nations Charter, aiming to modernize the UN for a new generation of global challenges. He is the author of several influential books, including Global Governance and the Emergence of Global Institutions for the 21st Century, which provides valuable perspectives on managing international risks and fostering collaboration. Dr. Lopez Claros' wealth of experience from the International Monetary Fund in Russia to academic professorship makes him the ideal person to guide our discussion today. His deep understanding of the intersection between economics, governance, and societal progress will be central to our deliberations. May I now request the audience to put their hands together for our first speaker for the session, Honorable Justice Dr. Adil Omar Sharif, First Deputy Chief Justice of the Supreme Constitutional Court of Egypt. Justice Sharif is globally recognized for his exceptional contributions to human rights, judicial integrity, and environmental law, with a judicial career spanning over 2 decades. A prolific scholar and legal advisor to numerous governmental bodies, his insights on the interactions of democracy, Islamic jurisprudence, and the rule of law are invaluable in our contemporary world. He has held esteemed leadership positions with the International Judicial Academy in Washington, D.C., and the Center for Islamic and Middle Eastern Law in London, and has been a member of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights Judicial Reference Group. For his enduring commitment to justice and interfaith understanding, he has received numerous international honors, including the prestigious Hope of Humanity Award at a previous iteration of this very conference in 2020. Today, as we gather for the 26th International Conference of Chief Justices of the World in Lucknow with a crucial theme of challenges of the 21st century, role of judiciary, national governments, and civil society in meeting these challenges. We look forward to the unique perspective and deep wisdom that Justice Sharif brings to these vital discussions. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Honorable Justice Dr. Adil Omar Sharif. It is a profound honor to welcome our next speaker, the Honorable Ms. Justice Rhoda M.C. Kauma, Judge of the Supreme Court of Zambia. Justice Kauma has had a remarkable career dedicated to the pursuit of justice and the upholding of the rule of law. Appointed to the Supreme Court in 2014, she has been a leading voice within the Zambian judiciary and a powerful advocate for human rights and judicial integrity throughout her extensive career. Her work extends beyond the courtroom as she actively champions initiatives that promote fairness and equal access to justice. In alignment with the crucial theme of our 26th International Conference of Chief Justices of the World, a new look at the United Nations and its Charter, Global Governance for a Sustainable Future in a Fractured World. Justice Kauma is here to address us on a topic that is both timely and fundamental to the sustainable future we seek to build: gender equality and empowerment of women for social equality and justice. Her insights are particularly valuable as we deliberate on how legal frameworks and judicial leadership can dismantle barriers and foster a truly inclusive and equitable world. Zambia, like many nations, is actively committed to addressing gender inequality, and we look forward to hearing Justice Kauma's unique perspective on the challenges and opportunities in ensuring that women are equal stakeholders in progress and decision-making. Please join me in offering a warm welcome to Honorable Ms. Justice Rhoda M.C. Kauma. Over to Sir for the deliberations. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Agarwal, for that very kind introduction. This is actually a very privileged occasion because we have not only two very distinguished speakers, Judge Sharif and Judge Kaoma, but because the subjects that have been chosen for this session are tremendously important. I can't think of something more relevant than to speak about the challenges of the 21st century, which is what Judge Sharif will do, at this particular moment in history, when we're facing so many very complex problems, and we seem paralyzed, we seem unable to come up with meaningful solutions to these problems. And this is leading to heightening risks, and it's leading to many experts, to be a little bit pessimistic about the immediate future of mankind. So to have somebody with vast legal experience who sits on the Supreme Court of a Supreme Constitutional Court of a very large, very important country, Egypt, is really a privilege, and I really welcome Judge Sharif for being here with us. And then, of course, after he has spoken, we will give the floor to Judge Kaoma, who's going to be speaking on gender equality, empowerment, women for social equality and social justice. And again, I congratulate the organizers of the conference for finding in the program a place to talk about women's empowerment and gender equality, because it is so vitally central to the problems that we face today. I really believe, and I don't know whether you agree with this, Judge Kaoma, but I really believe that a lot of the dysfunctionality that we see in the world, a lot of the problems that we confront, the unresolved conflicts, the corruption, the violence, the war, the conflict, is a reflection of the fact that we live in a very male-dominated world. Let me give you a very sobering statistic. The UN has 193 members, and 89% of the prime ministers of heads of state of these 193 countries are men. In other words, notwithstanding the progress that we have made in the last 50, 60 years in gradually incorporating women into decision-making process, we are still way, way behind. And this is reflected in a kind of a very male-dominated kind of world, whether we talk about the business community, government, academia, and so on. And this has, implications, because the empirical evidence which suggests that empowering women is good for prosperity, is good for peace and security, is just overwhelming. And the fact that we're not doing it, or the fact that we are perhaps in a period of regression today, is a great source of concern, because it does have implications for our economy, it does have implications for economic growth, and for sure for security. We will come back to these issues little by little in the course of this session, which I hope will be interactive. And so I will now give the microphone to Judge Sharif for us to give us his kind of overview of how he sees these challenges from the legal perspective, from the perspective of national government, civil society, and so on.
Thank you very much, Professor Augustus. It's really both a pleasure and honor to be in a panel moderated by you. So I really very much appreciate the opportunity, and I'm very thankful to City Montessori School for making such arrangements. Well, my promise to you at this panel that I'm going to be as brief as possible. I'm very much aware of the time constraints. So my contribution would be divided into two parts. First, I will be speaking for about 10 minutes or so, and then the rest of my time would be devoted to the student to pose whatever question they want. What I cannot promise of that I don't think I will be able to cover all aspects here due to time limitation. To start immediately, I'll deliver a short speech for about 10 minutes, and I would go to the podium showing respect to those attending the session. Then I'll come back for the question. What? Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Well, to all the teachers here today, the students, and the bright, brilliant minds sitting before me, thank you for welcoming us so warmly. It is truly an honor to be here at City Montessori School, Lucknow. This school is what judges are asked to do. We may not wear superhero caps, but the impact of our decision is very real on individuals, on families, and communities, and sometimes on entire countries. And this would urge us to find out, what does a judge actually do? Well, you are probably seen judges in movies, dramatic shouting, loud objection, and hammer banging every second. But real courts are much quieter. A judge's job can be explained in 3 simple lines. 1, a judge must listen carefully. 2, a judge must think deeply. 3, a judge must be fair, even when fairness is tough. Judges decide what is right, what is wrong, and how to fix a situation where something has gone wrong. And it is rarely easy, and while performing their duties, they are always encountered by many challenges. So what challenges are courts facing today? These challenges are so many and exist across the world, not only in my country, not only in India, but everywhere. Let me select some of them. 1, too many cases, too many judges. So this is a very common in court, that we do not have enough judges to dispose of cases. 2, technology is moving faster than the law. Every day, there are new applications, new devices, new social media platforms, new kinds of crimes. Cyberbullying, data theft, online fraud, AI misuse, many of these did not exist when older laws were written. Judges have to keep learning constantly. 3, ensuring fairness for everyone. People who come to court come from every background, whether are poor, educated, or not confident, or frightened. A judge must treat everyone with the same respect. This is a challenge, not only for the mind, but for the heart. For the weight of responsibility, a judge's decision can change someone's life. That responsibility is heavy, and it demands strength, patience, and independence. But no matter how serious these challenges are, they should not prevent judges from carrying out their sacred mission in society with independence and integrity. So let me now speak about something extremely important, something that protects justice itself, that is judicial independence. Judicial independence, dear students, means that judges must be free to make decisions based on law and conscience, not on pressure, not on fear, not on politics, not on public opinion. Today, courts in many countries face growing challenges. Sometimes people try to influence what judges should decide. Sometimes the media or the internet spread misinformation, creating pressure. Sometimes judges face criticism simply for doing the right thing. This is why protecting judicial independence is essential. Without it, justice becomes weak. And when justice becomes weak, society becomes unfair. A strong judiciary requires courage, not only from judges, but from everyone, including young people like you, who will grow up to be citizens, voters, lawyers, or leaders. Integrity is not a rule written on a wall. It is a value lived through choices, small choices every day. When a judge refuses corruption, when a student refuses to cheat, when a citizen refuses to support what is wrong, that is how integrity survives. And integrity is the foundation of every trustworthy court. So when you choose honesty in your exams, fairness in your friendships, and courage in your decision, you are actually participating and practicing the same values that protects judicial independence. You are preparing yourself to become adults who will support strong, clean, independent institutions. But why I'm telling you all that? Because the future of justice is not being shaped in courtrooms. It is being shaped right here in schools like yours. Every judge was once a teenager. Every lawyer began by asking questions. Every leader was shaped by the values they learned when they were young. So, what values truly matter? Let me remind you of 5 extremely important values: integrity, empathy, courage, curiosity, and respect. These values are not judges' values. They are human values, and you practice them every day without even realizing it. When you share with a friend, when you avoid cheating, when you stand up for someone who feels alone, when you include others, you are practicing justice. Sometimes justice means holding someone accountable. Sometimes it means helping them learn, repair, and grow. Dear student, let me remind you that you are the future. You may not realize it now, but every day you are preparing to be better citizens, better leaders, and better decision makers. When you choose honesty over cheating, when you choose kindness over cruelty, when you choose fairness over selfishness, you are shaping the kind of world you will grow into. One day, some of you may write the laws. Someday, argue cases. Some of you may interpret those laws. Some may enforce them. And some of you may even sit on a judge's bench, guiding justice with wisdom and compassion. My final thought is that the world today faces many challenges: inequality, corruption, violence, and new forms of crime we never imagined before. But the world also has something powerful, and that is you. You are growing up in a global, connected, rapidly changing world. Your ideas, your courage, and your sense of fairness will shape tomorrow more than any court ever will. So let me leave you with two final questions to think about. What kind of world do you want to judge? And what kind of person do you want to be in that world? Your answers to these questions will matter, not just for your own life, but for the world you will inherit and lead. Thank you to City Montessori School, and thank you to all of you. It has been an honor to speak with you. I hope I can return one day, not to teach you about justice, but to learn from the wise, strong, and compassionate leaders you will become. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Sharif, for your very thoughtful remarks. You know, as you were talking about some of the values that should be embedded in the work of the judiciary, and that actually should be the underpinnings of our behavior, all human beings, you know, integrity, empathy, and so on. I was reminded of a quote I read at the visit that we made to the tomb of Mahatma Gandhi, where there was a reference to how, when it comes to truthfulness, we have to be absolutists, because he said a drop of dishonesty, a drop of untruthfulness is like a drop of poison that poisons the milk, or something to that effect, right? Before I give the microphone to Judge Kaoma, I just wanted to give you a little bit of background to the vital importance of the issues that she's going to address, you know, from a Zambian perspective, on the question of why gender equality and women's empowerment is so vitally important. And I want to, with the permission of my two speakers, I'd like to, just for a couple of minutes, tell you about a project that we had at the World Bank, where I spent a decade as the director of the Global Indicator Group. One of the teams in my department compiled a database for 190 countries where they were identifying different forms of discrimination embedded in the laws of countries. The Constitution, the Civil Code, the Labor Code, the Tax Code. It was a kind of a very comprehensive, very ambitious reading of the laws of a very large number of countries to understand better, you know, what was actually happening in terms of discrimination against women. And the results of this effort that really was very, very comprehensive, probably only organization like the World Bank could have put together the database of this scale, were really very sobering. What we discovered that in 190 countries, there were only less than 10% of the countries where we could say the law is relatively clean, it doesn't overtly discriminate against women. The vast majority of the countries, 90% of them, we were able to find 1, 2, 3, in some cases 20, 24, 25. In the case of Iran and Afghanistan, 27 different forms of discrimination against women. When you read the law, you know, you were able to say to yourself, even if you were not a lawyer, yes, this is a form of discrimination that turns women into second-class citizens, right? And, you know, these discriminations were across the entire range of subjects that you can think of. Property rights. There are countries where women cannot open a bank account without the authorization of their husband. There are countries where women cannot access the labor market. There are privileged jobs that are reserved to men. I remember one particular extreme example of this was Russia, where there are 454 occupations where women are forbidden. They cannot access those jobs. And those jobs happen to be very highly paid, many of them in the energy sector. And as you can imagine, this creates not just a huge wage gap between men and women, but also contributes to income inequality. Because if half of the population don't have access to high-paying jobs, you know, that obviously worsens, you know, equity within society. And I gave you the example of political empowerment. It still remains the case that the presence of women in parliament, you know, is relatively low. 1 out of every 4. And I am sorry to say to you, dear citizens of India, this progressive state that is aspiring to modernity and to have a place among the global economic and political powers, the percent of women in the Indian federal parliament is around 11%. Right? So this is yet another example of a country where women are way, way behind in terms of being at the table where decisions are made and contributing their perspectives, their talents, their capacities. You know, in the 19th century, one of the justifications that was used for essentially justifying discrimination against women and not permitting men to access the university to get, you know, jobs as ministers and so on, was this fantasy that somehow, you know, they're less capable, that they don't have the capacities, they don't have the intelligence of men. And when asked, well, on what basis are you saying that? Men would say, well, look, you know, how many professors do we have at Cambridge University or you know, some other such indicator, not recognizing that in fact that was simply a reflection of discrimination against women. It wasn't a statement about the underlying reality, right? So we have come a long way in the last 100 years, but don't for 1 minute think that we have equality across the different areas. We don't. And there are parts of the world where the problem is particularly dire. Iran, Afghanistan, those are the two examples that come to mind where the situation of women is dire. It is really not even 19th century, it is the Middle Ages for women in those countries. And not only do they suffer, but the countries themselves suffer. Because when you discriminate against women in this way, when you don't tap into their talents, their capacities, the country suffers. The country is poorer. The country, in some cases, becomes a failed state, an exporter of terrorism, and so on and so forth. So for that, by way of a brief introduction, just to highlight the importance of the issues that Judge Kaoma is going to raise. And I'm going to give her the option of either doing it from here or doing it from the podium.
Good afternoon, dear delegates and the brilliant future leaders, the students of City Montessori School. It is an honor for me to be back here to address the students on the topic of gender equality, empowerment of women for social equality and social justice. I was privileged to be here at the 23rd conference in November 2022, and I addressed the students on this very topic. But then I laid out the law as it is in my country, which is Zambia, and also made reference to the international conventions. And this time, I want to discuss this topic from the point of action. What has my country done in a bid to advance gender equality? Dr. Claros has referred to the challenges that we are facing, both at national levels as well as at the international level. He's spoken from his point on the World Bank, and I agree with everything that he has said, especially that gender equality still remains an unfulfilled promise. Women are entitled to live with dignity and freedom from fear, and gender development is a precondition for advancing development and reducing poverty. You agree with me, students, that empowered women contribute to the health and productivity of entire families and communities, improving prospects for the next generation as well. And I know that for decades, the United Nations Population Fund has advocated for women and girls, promoting legal and policy reforms and gender-responsive data collection, as well as supporting initiatives that improve the health of women and girls and expand their choices in life. Gender equality, I must say, is a human right that requires equal valuing of different needs and ensures fair treatment for everyone, fostering social progress and economic growth. Achieving this, however, requires ensuring that roles and opportunities are not limited by gender, whether one is male or female, often involving specific efforts, like I've said, empowering women and implementing equity to address what we know are historical disadvantages. Zambia domesticated the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women by passing the Gender Equity and Equality Act in 2015. And we also have the Anti-Gender-Based Violence Act, which provides for the protection of gender-based violence victims. Now, what is the engine of change in Zambia? We have what we call the Gender Division, which is based at Cabinet Office, and this is leading change in relation to empowerment of women. You can think of a mission control for gender equality in Zambia. This division is coordinating and making sure that our laws do not just sit on paper, but are actually actioned. They become alive. So Zambia in action, what are we talking about? You know, in relation to economic empowerment, we are helping, or this division, or the government, is trying to help women to stand on their own feet. And we know that poverty, like I've said, affects women more than men, and it makes it harder for them to escape injustice. We have in Zambia a project that is called the Jewel Project. This is a major project in conjunction with the World Bank. I hope, Dr. Carlos, that you know about this Jewel Project in Zambia. It is short for Girls' Education and Women Empowerment and Livelihoods. It aims to support the government's increased access to livelihood, support to women, and access to secondary education to disadvantaged girls in selected districts in the country. I should mention that in my country, we have a total of 10 provinces and 116 districts. But this Jewel project is just being implemented in a few of the districts. I think it's a pilot project. The project has 3 components. The first is supporting women's livelihoods, and this is administered by the Ministry of Community Development and Social Services. The second is keeping girls in school under the Ministry of General Education, and the third is institutional strengthening and system building under the Gender Division, which, like I've said, is based at Cabinet Office. The Jewel Project goes beyond just giving these women money. It is a cash plus model. Women receive training in business and life skills. Then a grant is given to them to start a small business, and then they get a mentor to guide them. This has been very, very successful, according to my research, such that women have started over 3,500 saving groups themselves, thus helping each other build a secure future. A law is only good, you agree with me, if people are protected by that law. And in this case, we are talking about women and children, the girl child as well. We have also what is called the Natwampane program. Natwampane, like, let us work together. And this is being implemented with help from the European Union. And this program fights gender violence against women by supporting survivors, educating communities, and providing legal help to the survivors. We have one-stop centers, and you can imagine a place where a survivor of gender violence can get medical care, counseling, and legal help, all under one roof. Zambia launched one such center in one of our districts called Kapirimposhi in the central province of the Republic of Zambia to stop survivors from being re-traumatized by going to many different places for help. In relation to community campaigns, the gender division, which I've referred to, is working with police in communities, even in the capital city of Lusaka, on campaigns with themes advocating for women in politics. On themes like protect childhood, report abuse. And this helps to create a community that is not just alert, but is well informed and supports the law. We also have issues of using data and strengthening the system. And a modern country, of course, we have heard about issues of data, is run on good information. So we have the GBV trend reports, which are produced. This is done by the gender division. They produce quarterly reports on gender-based violence. This tells us what is happening where, so that the government can make smart decisions and use resources where they are needed most. We've been working as a country also with the United Nations. The country has a joint program with the UN to make the government institutions stronger and ensure that every national plan considers the needs of women and girls. On changing cultural attitudes, laws cannot, of course, change everything. We must also change the deep-rooted cultural ideas. So going to the grassroots, sensitization. The gender division is working with traditional leaders and community groups in villages across the country to talk about the value of girls and women's rights. Advocating for women in politics. I'm sorry to state that currently only about 15% of our members of parliament are women. And the gender division, as well as other non-government organizations, are advocating, and strongly so, for a 50-50 target to ensure women have an equal voice in making the laws that shape our country. A message from the top, the Chief Justice's vision for justice. The work for gender equality is supported in the Zambian judiciary right from the top of our justice system. This year, on International Women's Day, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Zambia, His Lordship Dr. Mumba Malila State Council, gave a very powerful message that should guide our work as a judiciary. He stated, and I quote, "Judiciary stands as a pillar of justice, and the contributions of women, our perspectives and experiences, make the court system fairer and more understanding for everyone. Women have a better heart even for litigants that appear before them. Most importantly, he called for the institution to support women at all levels in the courts, that young women professionals represent the future of the judiciary, and that their energy, fresh perspectives, and innovative ideas are instrumental. This is not just a nice message, I must say. It is, to me, a clear command to build a court system that is, in the Chief Justice's words, responsive, inclusive, efficient, and effective. It means our leaders are committed to making sure that the justice system is a true partner in the fight for gender equality, the power of a second chance. Education, dear students, is the most powerful tool for empowerment, including empowerment of women and the girl child. Our government's free education policy has been a game changer in my country, and its impact goes far beyond children. We have a number of women that were not able to go to school or dropped out of school because of different challenges. For example, they had no money to go to school. I'll tell you a story of a woman called Dorothy Kamanisha in Zambia. This is a 42-year-old woman of Solwezi in the northwestern province of the country. She's a single mother of 4 children. She dropped out of school in her 3rd grade due to the death of her mother. I don't know where the father was, but she dropped out of school because the mother died. Then she decided to go back to school at the age of 42. She took advantage of the new free education policy in the country. She is now a grade 9 student. That is, she's in the 9th grade. She goes to school in the regular school system, wearing a school uniform like everybody else. And her story has generated national attention and has been celebrated by the public in Zambia and recognized even by the Republican president, who highlighted her as an inspiring example. Allow me to quote what the president said in his address to Parliament. And when he was addressing Parliament, Dorothy was actually in attendance in the House. And he said, I quote, "Madam Speaker, our free education policy is bearing fruit. This policy has motivated some of our citizens, including the aged. For example, let us welcome our 42-year-old female pupil, Dorothy from Solwezi, who has gone back to school. She has gone back to school at 42 to take advantage of the free education policy. The message here is that there are many more people like her all over the country. We must be proud of that as a people without exception," unquote. So stories like Dorothy's story reminds us that empowerment is possible at any age, even at 42. We have other women older than Dorothy, 51 years old, 57 years old, that have gone back to school, taking advantage of the free education policy that the government has implemented. So this story, like I've said, inspired everyone in my country, and it continues to inspire a lot of people. But the truth is that even progress like that comes with challenges. We still have challenges that we must surmount as a country. For real progress, we must also be honest, as I've said, about our problems And I looked at a recent parliamentary audit to see what efforts have been made, how we are trying to deal with our challenges. And I saw that there are also issues to deal with child marriage. And this report was actually about child marriage from 2020 to 2023. And I saw that we have serious gaps which we must fix as a country. For example, there's poor coordination. Different government departments are not really working together. You know, they are not being effective because each department or line ministry is trying to work on their own. So there's lack of data. You know, we do not have a good national system to track child marriage, for example. And systematic shortfalls, for example, in health, very few clinics have safe-friendly spaces for teenagers, especially those that are falling pregnant. In education, there's a severe shortage of guidance counselors. And between the year 2020 and 2023, over 6,800 girls, I'm sorry to say, dropped out of school in the audited districts due to pregnancy. And the justice sphere, many of our magistrates, I think, are not specially trained to handle issues like child marriage cases. And our different laws also seem to contradict each other. And this report tells us that while we are doing good work, our systems need to be stronger to protect every girl and to cater for every woman. The way forward for me is to strengthen our systems, to update our laws where they need to be updated, to invest in people, even to hire more counselors for schools and social workers for communities, to build a modern justice system, for example, by training magistrates in sensitive case handling and creating more specialized courts. Also to tackle new frontiers, to update our laws to fight online violence. We have heard about cybercrime. There are cyber attacks against women, against girls. There's extortion, you agree with me, which is very rife. And we should also ensure that our climate change policies protect women and girls. Now my message to the students, whom I consider to be the change makers, is that you, the students, are the most important parts of this conference.
Judge Kauma, sorry to interrupt.
I'm finishing.
Running a little bit behind schedule.
Yes, I'm finishing.
You could wrap up, please.
Yes. You are the future leaders. You are the future judges. You are the future innovators. Your energy, fresh perspectives, and innovative ideas are instrumental. So I urge you to be the generation that stands up for gender equality, fairness, and justice. I urge you to question old stereotypes, to speak out when you see injustice. Use your education to build a world where everyone, regardless of gender, can achieve their dreams. Be the global citizen that you are being educated and nurtured to be. I heard one of the students say that the world does not need stronger systems, it needs a stronger conscience. But I want to say that the world needs stronger systems and it also needs a great conscience. I thank you.
Thank you, Judge Kauma. Thank you for very thoughtful remarks and some encouraging news coming from Zambia. I am told by the organizers what is obvious otherwise to you, which is that we're running a little bit late. There will be no opportunity for a session of Q&A. So let me just finish with two thoughts. One, something that I wanted to mention to Judge Sharif and to other judges in the audience. I did not have an opportunity yesterday, but as you know, the original UN Charter has a chapter that lays out the statute for the International Court of Justice. The International Court of Justice is an integral part of the UN system as it was created in 1945. And when we published the second charter last year, we did not have a time to publish the revised statute of the International Court of Justice that comes along with the second charter. And I wanted to mention that because that is a document that is otherwise available. And I wanted to tell Judge Sharif that it will be my pleasure to give him a copy of that document after the session. I wish I had brought it with me to give it to you formally, but I will give it to you in 1 minute. The other point, I was very happy that Judge Kaoma mentioned education of girls as being very much central to the whole agenda of women's empowerment. We have evidence that suggests, this is from the World Bank, that the higher the number of discriminations against women, this has a discouraging effect on young women to actually want to conclude their education. And this, of course, is a great loss to the economy, because if they don't conclude their education, they will be limited in the ways in which they can join the labor force and contribute to the country economically. So again, I cannot emphasize enough the vital importance of the issue of gender equality and women's empowerment. And I am so pleased that in addition to your responsibilities as a Supreme Court judge, you are so closely involved in this agenda for social and economic development in your country. Congratulations on that. I hope that young women in your country take you as an example of what can be done when you get educated, when you get trained, and when you have, of course, capacity. I want to finish this panel with a quote on the question of women's empowerment that actually comes from a speech that was given by Abdul Baha, the head of the Baha'i community, a long time ago in Paris in 1912, which highlights a very important principle. He said, as long as women are prevented from attaining their highest possibilities, so long will men be unable to achieve the greatness which might be theirs. In other words, when we discriminate against women, when we do violence against them, when we don't educate them, when we don't facilitate their integration into the labor market, ultimately all of society suffers, and we men, in our role as oppressors and discriminators of women, are ultimately depriving ourselves, as he said, of the greatness which might be ours. So this is not just a concern for women, it is a concern for all of us together, and we must work in this direction. I want to ask you, please, to express your gratitude and your appreciation to the two very distinguished panelists on this panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Augusto Lopez Claros, Honorable Justice Dr. Adil Omar Sharif, Honorable Ms. Justice Roida M.C. Kauma, for those truly enlightening conversations on the role of judiciary, national governments, and civil society in meeting the challenges of the 21st century and gender equality and empowerment of women for social equality and justice. We are incredibly grateful for your time and expertise. We would also like to thank a wonderful audience for your keen attention. Your participation is what makes these sessions so meaningful. As we conclude this thought-provoking session, it is now time to take a well-deserved break. Lunch will be served starting at 1:20. It's already been served and will run until 1:45 p.m. I request all the delegates and guests to move towards the poolside for the lunch. And dear students, you all will be moving towards the dining hall in the basement. We ask everyone to be back in your seats and ready to resume our program promptly at around 1:45 p.m. as we have an exciting afternoon agenda ahead, starting with our chief guest, Dr. Jitendra Singh. Children, please listen what is coming up, then only you will be allowed to move. Because it's important for you to know that what is going to come up next. So we'll have Dr. Jitendra Singh. He's expected to arrive at around 1:30. Honorable Union Minister of State of the Ministry of Science and Technology, who will be deliberating on the topic climate justice and planetary stewardship, legal framework for existential challenges, followed by a panel discussion which will include Mr. Justice Galpelwe G. Ketlo Getsui, Chief Justice, High Court, Botswana. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla will also be a part of the panelists, so you'll have to be on time. And Mr. Inderjeet Singh, who is an IAS officer and a special secretary, and Mr. Justice Michael Musonda, Deputy Chief Justice, Supreme Court, Zambia. So enjoy your lunch, and we look forward to seeing you shortly.